hell is this? Stone. One large piece of stone. This is what the vampires were after. A big damn rock. What am I supposed to do with this? Whoa, 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 whoa. But you're right.
Where is... Who sent you here?
A man named Isran.
I don't know who that is. Is he like me?
You a
Vampire, yes.
why are you locked in a monolith?
That's complicated. And I'm not totally sure if I can trust you. But if you want to know the whole story, help me get back to my family's home.
Where do we go? Where is that?
My family used to live on an island to the west of Solitude. I would guess they still do. By the way, my name is Serana. Good to meet you.
Any idea how to get out of here?
Your guess is as good as mine. This place looks pretty different from when I was locked away.
How long was that? How long ago was that?
Good question. Hard to say. I can't really tell. I feel like it was a long time. Who is Skyrim's High King?
Elisif of Solitude will be High Queen, actually.
I don't know that name. You say she's Jarl of Solitude? Who supports her?
The Empire supports Elisif, but there are many in Skyrim loyal to Ulfric.
Empire? What empire?
The Empire from Cyrodiil.
Cyrodiil is the seat of an empire? I must have been gone longer than I thought. Definitely longer than we planned. Please, let's hurry. I need to get home so I can figure out what's happened.
Tell me about this home. A little more information, please.
It's on an island near Solitude. Hopefully we can find a boat to take us there. It's my family's home. Not the most welcoming place, but depending on who's around, I'll be safe there.
Well, but why? Depending on who's around, why wouldn't you be safe there?
Let's just say that my mother and father had a bit of a falling out. Don't worry, I'm not in any danger or anything like that. It'll just be more unpleasant to run into my father.
So, why were you locked away?
I'd rather not get into that with you, if that's all right. I'm sorry, it's not that. It's just that I don't know who I can trust just yet. Let's get to my home, and I'll have a better sense of where we all stand.
Is that an Elder Scroll on your back?
Yes, it is. And it's mine.
Getting used to heavy armor, are you? I can help you get your plates adjusted if you
And
like.
why do you have an Elder Scroll?
It's complicated. I can't really talk about it. I'm sorry.
I'm more of a heavy armor woman myself,
Well,
but it's nice.
oh,
to
you're
have
right. Can you make the trip to Solitude? Are you feeling all right?
Please, let's hurry. I need to get home so I can figure out what's happened.
Well, for the record, you're very beautiful.
That I am.
So, why were you sealed down here?
That's a long story.
You're
I
getting
want to
to be
hear
almost
it.
as good with a sword
This
as
isn't really a
I
good
am.
time to tell about it.
I'm a bit worried.
Not even a
You're
little.
getting to be
It's a
almost
question
as
of
good
trust.
with a sword and shield as
I'm
I
a
am.
vampire.
I'm a bit
Do you
worried.
understand that much?
The eyes were kind of a giveaway, and the fact that I'm surrounded by dead vampires might have something to do with it.
I just need to figure out what's happening. And I'm not totally sure if I can trust you.
To become a pirate, but at least
Are
Henry
you
doesn't
alone?
get
Is
all
there
the
a special someone in another crypt that we need to fetch for you?
That's the first thing you ask me? If I'm a single woman... Oh, I get it. Figures I'd be woken by someone who fancies a little vampire girl from time to time.
The war's almost over.
So I'm guessing you want to just use me, then.
It'll be good to see Skyrim.
Use
back
you?
under Imperial
No, I was just curious.
If you say so. Growing up the way I did, you get used to it.
So you've been used a lot?
Maybe.
I'm so sorry, Serana.
Wait. There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
It's your... blood. Smell just like flowers. Clean. I can feel some kind of power from it.
Every time I think about what happened to Rongar's wife and daughter.
I'm
Glad
not
we
sure I,
deserve.
like you smelling my blood.
Something about you makes me so thirsty.
You want to keep your secrets? I'll hang on to mine, thank you.
I'll figure out what you are.
Oh, really?
I've read stories. What was it? Something to do with dragons, I think.
So you're beautiful and well-read.
It's just... it's starting to get to me. I'm feeling hungry. Would you... you know...
Would I... what?
Look, I'm a vampire. I feed on blood.
So you want my blood? Who wants to use who here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. We all have needs and desires. You have yours, and I have mine.
Oh, I see. Well then, help me get back to my family's home, and I'll do the rest.
A sip of blood and safe passage home in exchange for your affection.
Yes. Then I'm yours. It's all very businesslike.
Fine. Have a sip, but mind your fangs. Lydia, I know what I'm doing. Stop it.
Good. Wow.
Satisfied?
By the blood of my ancestors. Incredible. Simply incredible.
Incredible.
It's so good.
Let's get you home.
Thank you. That's it?
This feels like the right way. I was starting to worry.
You were starting to worry. You didn't have your face almost torn off by a rock monster.
Something's not right here. Be careful. I think we may be in for some trouble.
More gargoyles? Please not more gargoyles. Please no. No more stone monsters. Why does this look like a giant... Oh, shit.
Is everything all right here?
Yes. I mean, I'm very tired. It's the middle of the night. And I'm going to take you to an island.
It's so good to breathe again. This weather is incredible.
It's not too far now. At least, I don't think it is. I thought you knew the way.
Is something on your mind?
I've lived in Skyrim
Yeah,
my whole life
actually.
and never left.
Why are you
I'd
doing
like
this
to
for
visit
me?
Cyrodiil someday, though.
Going
My
through
father
all
told me
this
to visit
trouble
this
to
world
bring me
before
back home.
Dragonborn invade again.
Well, I'm taking a big risk here. I'm very well aware of that, but something tells me you're worth it.
Really? So, there is something else. Well, perhaps I am. Anyway, enough of that. Come on, let's move. The smell here.
That would be the swamp, darling.
Oh,
Oh shit. Maybe if I...
My blood boils
Quietly
every time
get
I
up.
think about what happened to Rongar's wife and daughter.
Nobody
I'm glad
will
we gave Morval and
notice.
all that what they deserved.
Okay. So far, so good. Ooh. I wonder if I just...
I'm more of a heavy armor
Lydia,
woman
shut
myself,
up!
But it's nice to carry a lighter load.
Shh. I wonder if she'd notice if I took the Elder Scroll off her back.
This
This
is what us Nords were always meant to do. Traverse the province and right wrongs with strength, steel, and resolve.
This is awkward. Serana. Serana, honey.
Shouldn't we keep moving? I really want to get back home.
Yes, it's time to wake.
right behind you.
Interesting place. I hardly see any Nords here, even in their own province.
Ah, the smell here. Let's try to handle this quickly.
Thane.
All right, let's do this.
It's time.
You call that a hit?
It's not
So
luck.
much easier to roll when you're dead.
You're pathetic. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Don't make me laugh.
My father was a little...
Is this it? Little rowboat thing? I suppose this is where we need to go.
part where we usually get in the boat. You with me? That's it. Out there to the north. We used to keep a boat around here to get there and back.
Wait,
Here we are. I did tell you I'd get you here safely.
yes. You've been so great in getting me back to my family's home.
Don't forget the deal we made.
Hey, so, let's, talk about it.
Alright. Talk.
I don't think you're going to like it.
A kiss might help.
Yeah. I'm not going to do that for you.
Okay. I thought we had a deal.
You just expected me to do that? Well, too bad for you. I'm not common. Like the women who just do that. Ugh.
And I don't typically rescue vampires, especially if after they've attacked me in my home.
Well, when we get in, you won't have to babysit me anymore.
I don't refer to as... You look like someone that could use a kiss.
I guess you'll never get to find out.
Shit. I should have known better than to slightly trust a vampire.
Let's just move on from here, okay? I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Steel and resolve.
I'm glad you...
Hey, so before we go in there,
Oh, you're right.
I think so.
You're
And
getting to be
thanks for
almost as
asking.
good with a sword
I
and
wanted to
shield
thank
as I
you
am.
for getting me this far.
I'm a bit
But
worried.
after we get in there,
You
I'm
are
going to
getting
go
be
my own way for a
almost as
while.
good with a sword
It's
and
not
shield
about
as I
you.
am.
You've been so great
I'm
in
a
getting
bit
me back
worried.
here. I just need to be alone for a while. There's a lot of feelings wrapped up in this old place, and I don't think you're quite ready for them. So let me take the lead in there.
The war's almost over, isn't it? Thanks, Vendor, for that. It'll be good to see Skyrim come back.
So,
under Imperial
this is the
control.
place.
This is your home.
This is it. Home sweet castle.
My blood boils every time I think about what happened to Rongar's wife and daughter. I'm glad we gave Movarth and Alva what they deserved.
Why didn't you tell me it was so huge?
I didn't want you to think I was one of those, you know, the women who just sit in their castle all day. I don't know. Coming from a place like this, well,
I'm not fond
it's not
of you
really
trying
me.
to become a
I hope
pirate,
you can believe that.
But at least it ended with us killing a whole grotto full of them.
Well, how are you feeling?
This isn't really a good time.
Right behind you.
Princess, noble's
I'm more of a
daughter.
heavy armor woman myself, but it's nice to carry.
I guess I'm expected.
I can't believe it.
Lead the way. That's what you wanted.
My long-lost daughter returns at last. I trust you have my Elder Scroll.
After all these years, that's the first thing you ask me? Yes, I have the scroll.
Happening?
Of course I have the
Let me
right
go.
to see you, my daughter. Must I really say the words aloud? Ah, if only your traitor mother were here. I would let her watch this reunion before putting her head on a spike. Now tell me, who is this stranger you have brought into our hall?
She gives him a heart.
This is my savior, the one who freed me.
For my daughter's safe return, you have my gratitude. Tell me, what is your name?
I'm Kaiser Illyrius. Who are you?
I am Harkon, lord of this court. By now, my daughter would have told you what we are.
You're vampires.
Not just vampires. We are among the oldest and most powerful vampires in Skyrim. For centuries we lived here, far from the cares of the world. All that ended when my wife betrayed me and stole away that which I valued most.
So, what happens now?
You have done me a great service, and now you must be rewarded. There is but one gift I can give that is equal in value to the Elder Scroll and my daughter. I offer you my blood. Take it and you will walk as a lion among sheep. Men will tremble at your approach and you will never fear death again.
And if I refuse your gift?
Then you will be prey, like all mortals. I will spare your life this once, but you will be banished from this hall. Perhaps you still need convincing. Behold the power! This is the power that I offer. Now, make your choice.
Oh, you are hideous. You look like a gargoyle. And so, no, that's horrendous. I don't want to become a vampire, especially not looking like that. I refuse your gift.
So be it. You are prey, like all mortals. I banish.
I can do this. I can show my... self to the door. That wasn't very nice.
Interesting place. I hardly see any Nords here, even in their own province.
I think we need to leave Lydia and head back to Dawnstar.
Still here.
All right, Isran. You've got us all here. Now what do you want?
Hold it right there.
What are you doing?
Making sure you're not vampires. Can't be too careful. So, welcome to Fort Dawnguard. I'm sure you've heard a bit of what we're up against. Powerful vampires, unlike anything we've seen before. And they have an Elder Scroll. If anyone is going to stand in their way, it's going to be us.
Just him.
This is all well and good, but do we actually know anything about what they're doing? What do we do now?
We'll get to that. For now, get acquainted with the space. Soreen, you'll find room to start your tinkering on that crossbow design you've been working on. Gunmar, there's an area large enough for you to pen up some trolls. Get them armored up and ready for use.
Wait, what?
In the meantime, we're going to get to the bottom of why a vampire showed up here looking for you.
Wait.
Let's go have a little chat with each other.
No. Go back to this armored troll thing. I want one.
Cozy
you
little
train them?
place, isn't this?
Do
Takes
they
some getting
sit
used to.
and roll over and stuff like dog? Seriously,
I like what Eastron has done with the place. It's good
good.
to see someone
I
else who's
want to know
really
more about
prepared.
these trolls. Alright, I'll follow Isram. Coming back to this troll thing, I want one. You don't seem to understand. And I want one that's white, and it needs to be fluffy, and very cuddly, and not scratch at me every single time it decides it
Hunting
wants to have
vampires
a
is
temper
noble
tantrum.
cause. Sounds like a good bit of fun, too.
You get me one that's white and fluffy and trained, I will pay you. I will pay you handsomely for a very white, fluffy, trained troll. But it has to be fluffy. To make sure it gets a bath and it's all fluffy, and dry. Don't give me a wet troll. That's disgusting. Do you hear me? Hello? Here's one. What the hell do you want?
So let's hear it.
Oh,
You probably weren't expecting to see me again.
no. What are you doing here?
I'd rather not be here either, but I needed to talk to you. It's important, so please, just listen before your friend here loses his patience. Well, it's about me and the Elder Scroll that was buried with me.
What about you? That's very much more important.
The reason I was down there, and why I had the Elder Scroll. It all comes back to my father. I'm guessing you've figured out this part already, but my father's not exactly a good person, even by vampire standards. He wasn't always like that, though. There was a turn. He stumbled onto this obscure prophecy and just kind of lost himself in it.
What? And don't worry about Isran losing his shit. I'll take care of that. But what sort of prophecy are we talking about?
It's pointless and vague, like all prophecies. The part he latched onto said that vampires would no longer need to fear the sun.
Sees you, and when they're close enough
That's
to
what
hit
he's
you,
after. He wants to control the sun, have vampires control the world. Anyway, my mother and I didn't feel like inviting a war with all of Tamriel, so we tried to stop him. That's why I was sealed away with the scroll.
You took quite the risk coming here. You know that, right?
I did, but something about you makes me think I can trust you. I hope I'm not wrong.
It's not my dragon blood, is it? You're, but we just have to convince the others that you're on our side.
Well, let's move then. I'm nothing if not persuasive.
All right, Isran. Don't
Don't you ever
lose
seem to think that this castle is a
shit.
bit understaffed?
let me explain.
It's so big. Even bigger than the castle back on the island. But barely anyone lives here.
You're not wrong.
All right, you've heard what it has to say. Now tell me, is there any reason I shouldn't kill this blood-sucking fiend right now?
Yes, she's hot. And you don't kill the beautiful women. That's just stupid. And we're actually going to need her help. But mostly because she's hot.
Why? Because of that story about the prophecy about some vampire trying to put the sun out? Do you actually believe any of that?
More than I believe you. Why else would she risk her life to come here?
Who knows? Maybe it has a death wish. Maybe it's just insane. I
She-
don't really care.
Not
It can stay for now. But if it so much as lays a finger on anyone here, I'll hold you responsible.
Not
Got it?
it.
You hear me? Don't feel like a guest, because you're not. You're a resource.
Even in their
You're
own
an
pockets.
asset. In the meantime, don't make me regret my sudden outburst of tolerance and generosity. Because if you
Still
do,
here.
your friend here is going to pay for it.
Thank you for your kindness. I'll remember
Still here.
the next time I'm feeling hungry. So, in case you didn't notice the giant thing on my back, I have the Elder Scroll with me. Whatever it says, it will have something that can help us stop my father. But of course, neither of us can read it.
Okay. Who can?
Well, the Moth Priests are the only ones I've heard of who can do it. They spend years preparing before they start reading, though.
I'm glad we gave Mo
Not that it helps us anyway, because they're all half a continent away in Cyrodiil.
Some Imperial scholar arrived in Skyrim a few days ago. I was staking out the road when I saw him pass by. Maybe that's your Moth Priest.
I'm not fond.
Do you know where he's staying now?
No.
Is it
And I'm
Jacques?
not going to waste men looking. We're fighting a war against your kind.
Maybe
And I
Roman?
intend to win it.
I know
You want to
several
find him?
priests from Cyrodiil.
Try talking to anyone who'd meet a traveler. Innkeepers and carriage drivers in the big cities, maybe.
Getting to be
But you're on your own.
sword and shield as I am.
Any idea how you're going to find a Moth Priest?
You're
Skyrim's a
getting to be
pretty big
almost
place.
as good with a sword
Yeah,
and
I'm
shield
pretty
as I am.
sure there
I'm
are
not worried.
people we can talk to, but what are your ideas?
Well, back before you know, the College of Winterhold was the first place I'd think to go to for any kind of magic or historical thing. The wizards know about all kinds of things that people probably shouldn't know about. Actually, now that I think of it, I'm going to come along with you. I've been really wanting to get out and explore a bit.
Okay. So, here we are again.
Here we are.
Quite the reunion, I would say.
Yes. The welcome I received felt really cold, even by vampire standards. My father, after all these years, that's the first thing he asked me. I trust you have the scroll. Yes, I have the scroll, gods.
I'm so sorry about that.
Thanks. Sorry, I have a whole host of emotions I don't know how to deal with. My family. It probably wasn't what you'd call normal.
It's okay. Come on, we've a moth priest to find.
Yeah, let's move. I'm glad you're here with me. I thought my father's place was dirty, but look here. Ugh. It seems neither side seems to care about cleanliness.
That's also very true. Okay.
Nothing like a goose chase around the whole damned province.
That's fair. So here we are again.
Here we are.
Is it going to be like this every time?
I think I was a little short with you. I'm sorry. You're my savior. You freed me. I'm grateful to you.
It's fine. I can tell this is difficult for you.
I'm not entirely sure what this is going to do for you, but you deserve that much.
Serana gently kissed her savior. Her heart fluttered, and an unfamiliar feeling began stirring in her breast.
Well then,
Great. Here we are again in the magnificent Fort Dawnguard. Can't say I feel too comfortable here regarding its history.
I'm... Yep.
The tale of the great moth priest hunt. Not something I'd want to read.
So, what's your story this time? Damsel in distress?
I guess so.
Good. That is my
What
specialty.
us Nords were always meant to do.
Really?
Traverse the province and right
You're
wrongs
in
with
good
strength,
hands, trust me.
skill, and resolve.
Oh, good. Well then. Perhaps I'll be grateful to you again soon.
Excuse me.
My carriage is the safest way to travel.
So, about that moth priest.
It's one of them imperial scholars, right? Old man with a gray robe.
Yes, and you've seen him, yes?
Might be that I have, but I can't say for sure. I got enough troubles on my mind just trying to scrape by out here.
But I'm keeping my eyes open for more than just
And maybe this will put your mind at ease.
Oh yeah, I remember your moth priest now. He wanted me to take him out to Dragonbridge, but I told him it ain't one of my stops. See ya.
You don't dabble in
Do you
magic
need
much,
something?
do you? Can't say I blame you. I barely trust any of it myself.
I know that you think that everyone is nervous looking at you. We should probably get you something different to wear. Nothing personal, but your armor screams vampire, so yes, they're naturally going to be nervous around you. I have a mine, and we can go and make you a new set if you'd like, or we can go shopping, whichever you want. But let's head there, and then we can figure it out. How about that?
Alright then.
It'll be good to see Skyrim come back under Imperial control.
Nothing like a goose chase around the whole damned province.
That's fair. You know, it's hard to imagine that we are going through all this trouble for just some priest.
Nothing like a goose chase around the whole damned province.
Oh, the stories that will be told about our glorious adventures.
The tale of the great moth priest hunt. Not something I'd want to read.
Well, I was thinking the title should be Two Adventurers Seeing the World.
Oh, I see. Let's Let's just keep going.
The Tale of the Great Moth Priest Hunt. Not something I'd want to read.
So just out of curiosity, since we're kind of relaxing tonight, how does it feel to be a vampire?
It does feel kind of normal, but that's from me, speaking as a vampire. Even as I'm undead, or however you put it, I still do feel like a normal person, mostly. I still breathe, feel, and sleep, except now I just have a great desire for blood, and the sun kind of irritates my skin. These symptoms are rather mild, though, not like other vampires who almost burn in the sunlight. So, I'm really just like you mortals in many ways. Hopefully that makes me more relatable.
Interesting.
What is it?
Can I talk to you for a bit?
Alright.
Do you have any fond memories as a child?
I do, actually. You may think it's kind of weird, but I enjoyed playing with the rats by our castle Undercroft. That became my own little hideout for a while, where I'd go to when I just wanted some peace and quiet. It was also near the sea. Even when I became a vampire, I still did enjoy the breeze and fresh air. Anything natural and calm, really. Just to get me away from all that was happening at my home with my father. Usually when he was in a bad mood.
Yes?
Any thoughts currently?
About...
Skyrim and Tamriel in general. I mean, you've been asleep for quite some time.
Yeah, actually. I definitely didn't expect there to be a war of succession while I was gone. Also, I never expected a Cyrodiilic empire to conquer Tamriel, that Tiber Septim. Even the Remnants didn't achieve godhood. But what do you think of all this?
Well, I'm proud, but I don't worship Talos. But I do applaud his accomplishments.
Me too. Looks like we agree on something.
So, what do you think of Solitude, now that you've been here?
I've never been here before. Until I met you, at least. I'd read stories about the Solitude Windmill, but I didn't expect it to be that big. Well, everything's big here, actually. People don't call it the largest city in Skyrim without a reason. And also from the castle, you used to see just a bit of solitude from over the mountains. It's a different thing entirely to be here yourself. Everything's just so... majestic. I hope it all lasts.
Cannot disagree. And do you want to ask me anything? It seems I'm the one only asking questions.
Yeah, actually. This might seem a bit heavy, but hear me out. What's your outlook on life? What gets you up every morning?
Well, honestly, I've never been asked that before. So I guess it would be just wanting to make this world a better place, especially after all that I've seen.
That's great to hear. It gives me comfort that there are people like you out there, trying to do what you do. I'll be glad to help, if that's all right.
What? Go about your business.
Hello,
Right,
friend.
let's go check out the
Oh, never so
fireworks.
graceful.
Let's go, let's go. Oh my lords. Ladies.
From the castle, you used to just be able to see Solitude over the mountains.
Still here.
It's exactly
Here for work?
what I imagined.
Can I help you? Need something?
Oh my heavens. Serana? Serana, would you like to dance? Thank you, Serana. I quite enjoyed that. I think we should get some sleep. Where are your boots?
Nothing like a goose chase around the whole damned province.
I've always wondered, why do you speak so casually?
What do you mean?
You're royal. You are royalty, and that guard is very drunk. You don't sound nearly as regal as your father.
Well, I guess it's because I never felt that kind of thing was for me. I was always expected to act a certain way, and was never really asked if that was what I truly wanted. I always knew I was meant for more, not like one of those girls who felt pretty and stood inside their castles all day. And then things started getting icy between my parents. That basically hit the nail on the head for me, at least for how I wanted to live. I saw neither of them as role models after that.
Oh. That's kind of sad. Seriously, bro, where are your boots? You know what?
My blood boils every time
Good
I
on ya.
think about what happened to Rongar's wife and daughter. I'm glad we gave Movarth and Alva what they deserved.
The Tale of the Great Moth Priest Hunt. Not something I'd want to read.
All right. What is it?
Plenty of Thalmor patrols come through this part of Skyrim. We should be careful.
Can I talk to you for a bit?
All right.
How often do you need to feed?
Not that often, really. Being a daughter of Cold Harbor, I can go without blood longer than other vampires. That, and I can also rest to regain my energy. It doesn't fully satiate the appetite, but it staves off hunger for a while. So, don't worry. I won't go feral on you or anything just because I haven't had a daily meal. I also read stories. There was supposedly a vampire in Akavir which never fed in her entire life? Or whatever you call it. Supposedly, she even protected mortals from her own kind.
Traverse the province and right wrongs with
Don't you think we could, I don't know, relate to that?
Yeah, actually.
Good to know. Like it.
Nothing like a goose chase around the whole damned province.
If you happen to find one of those crossbows just lying around Fort Dawnguard, could I have it? Please?
Were you always a vampire?
Spiced wine.
That's a long story.
Well, I would like to hear it.
I guess we kind of have to go way back, to the very beginning. Do you know where vampirism came from?
I would guess it came from a Daedra.
Exactly. The first vampire
By
came from
all
Molag
accounts,
Bal.
General Tullius is a
She
tactical genius
was not a
and good
willing
man.
subject,
Solitude
but she
is
was still
lucky
the
to be under
first.
his protection.
Molag Bal is a powerful Daedric
Spiced
lord,
wine.
and his will is made reality. For those willing to subjugate themselves, he will still bestow the gift, but they must be powerful in their own right before earning his trust.
How did you actually become a vampire then?
The ceremony was
My father
degrading.
was in the Legion. He said it
Let's
got him
not
off the
revisit
streets of
that.
Brazil and turned
But
his life
we
around.
all took part in
I have
it.
a lot of
Not
respect
really
for
wholesome
soldiers.
family activity, but I guess it's something you do when you give yourselves to a Daedric lord.
How
You know you can afford a septim or
has
two.
it affected your family?
Well, you've met most of us. My father's not exactly the most stable, and eventually he drove my mother crazy with him. And it all ended with me being locked underground for who knows how long.
Spiced wine.
It's definitely been a bad thing, on the whole.
Are you alright?
I will be. Just give me a little time.
Getting used to heavy
Okay.
armor,
What's our
are
next
you?
move?
I can help you get your plates adjusted, if you'd like.
Can I talk to you for a bit?
All right.
Do you know how to cook?
I do. My mother tapped me back on the island. That kind of thing came along with my alchemy training. I may not be the gourmet, but I can sure whip up a great stew. If you want, I could make some for you sometime.
Thank you.
I'd like that.
A coin or two.
I would like to be able to keep up with you more often. You don't mind?
That sounds weird. What are you getting at?
I know it does, but hear me out. I'd like some way to be able to see where you are in case one of us gets lost or we get separated. I do tend to wander.
Well, that sounds better. I mean, it is a valid concern, really. Fortunately for you, I happen to know an incantation for this. Here, give me your journal. Every time you open... So far, this hasn't been too bad. Gets lonely exploring by myself.
How are you doing, Serana?
Do you have a moment to talk?
What's on your mind?
I feel hungry.
And?
Well, taking some blood from you, that makes sense. Your dragon blood. It's not like anything else in the world.
If you want to bite me, you're going to have to kiss me this time.
I don't think so. Let's not revisit that.
But my blood smells like fresh flowers, remember?
Don't. You don't know what it's like.
So delicious.
Please, just stop it.
Right here, on the lips. It's all you have to do for this delicious blood.
Fine then. But I'm going to stick it to you. I promise to try and make this as painful as possible.
Deal. Are you mad, vampire? Come on, show me.
Suit yourself. Hold still.
As Serana allowed her savior a second kiss upon her lips, a warmth she had never felt in the long years of her existence seeped into her heart. She told herself it was only the dragon blood fresh on her lips and her tongue.
By the blood.
Oh,
By the blood. It's so good.
That hurt.
I told you. Sorry.
You kissed me with blood breath.
Ugh. Just go.
Okay.
Blood breath or not.
Let's go.
That was amazing. Excuse me! Happy woman coming through. Got to find a priest, don't care about the priest. Got to find a priest. Oh my.
interesting place. I hardly see any Nords here.
Here we are.
even in their own
Ready to go in?
Let's rescue this mob priest.
Well, let's move then.
Good morning. Oh. There's no one here. Hello? Anybody awake?
I grew up in a farm in the plains here, but I wanted to be like my parents and become a soldier or a mercenary. They were somewhat supportive.
Lydia.
Still here.
It's time to wake, honey. Don't look at me like that.
Still here.
The Tale of the Great Moth Priest Hunt. Not something I'd want to read.
Come on, we'll sleep later. Holy shit, she's fucking gorgeous. Very limited in information.
Do you have a moment to talk?
What's on your mind?
That moth priest, Dexian, he said we needed 2 other Elder Scrolls. I think I know where we can start
You
looking.
don't dabble in magic much, do you?
Why didn't you say something earlier?
I barely trust any
Half of the people in your little crew would just as soon kill me as talk to me. That exactly doesn't make me want to open up. I got a warmer welcome from my father, and that's saying something.
That's fair. Does Harkon even care about you anymore?
You know, I've been asking myself the same thing. I hoped that if he saw me, he might feel something again. But I guess I don't really factor in at this point. I don't even think he sees me as his daughter anymore. I'm just a means to an end.
So, let's resolve this. Where's the Elder Scroll?
We need to find my mother, Valerica. She'll definitely know where it is, and if we're lucky, she actually has it herself.
You said you didn't know where she went.
The last time I saw her, she said that she'd go somewhere safe. Somewhere that my father would never search. Other than that, she wouldn't tell me anything. But the way she said it, someplace he would never search. It was very cryptic, yet she called attention to it.
Well, it sounds like she was being more cautious than anything.
Maybe. What I can't figure out is why she said it that way. Besides, I can't imagine a single place my father would avoid looking. And he's had all this time, too. Any ideas?
Maybe in the castle? Right under his nose.
Wait, that almost makes sense. There's a courtyard in the castle. I used to help her tend a garden there. All of our ingredients for our potions came from there. She used to say that my father couldn't stand the place. Too peaceful.
But isn't that pretty risky, staying round the castle?
Oh, absolutely. But my mother's not a coward. That is, I don't think we'll actually trip over her there. But it's worth a look.
They aren't going to let us just use that front door. You do realize this?
True. But I know a way we can get into the courtyard without arousing suspicion. There's an unused inlet on the northern side of the island that was used by the previous owners to bring supplies to the castle. An old escape tunnel from the castle exists there. I think that's our way in.
Well, let's go to the castle's secret entrance. I will follow you there. Yes.
It's around the side of the castle. Let's move.
Round the side of the castle. Round the side of the castle. Lydia, we're going on an adventure. To very cold water.
Hey, so...
Are you alright, Serana?
So far, I think. Thanks.
That's good to hear. I was just checking.
That's very kind of you. Though, there is something else. Just wanted to say how grateful I am for all that you've done for me. No one's ever been so genuine with me, at least in a while. I was lonely most of my childhood. My mother, at least for a time, was the only friend I really had. And then that prophecy came along. I'm sorry. I just had to get that off my chest.
Well, I'm glad to have met you, if it means anything.
This is getting a little awkward. I think I have a sudden urge to feed on something.
But I can tell there's something else.
Gods, I am a terrible liar.
Alright then.
Stop it. You're not helping. Don't blame me if I sneak a little nibble on you.
Is that really all you wanted to tell me?
Nothing escapes your attention, huh?
Not really.
Well,
Especially with curves like that.
here goes. I've really come to care about you. I just wanted you to know that.
Care?
Yes, I appreciate you. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
Thank you. I should tell you that I feel the same.
You do? I'm glad to hear that. Let's get going then.
What now?
So, you want to look for secret areas in the castle?
That was the plan, yes.
Maybe you can show me your room while we're there.
If you were anybody else, no. I don't take just anyone into the secret parts of the place I grew up. But for you, you get the grand tour of the castle.
Grand tour? Oh, I like the sound of that.
Look, I'm glad you're here with me.
Every time I think about what happened
I'm
to Rongar's
very
wife
glad that you're here with me too.
I'm glad we gave Movar.
My parents almost never let me off the island. Then, my mother, she shut me in, buried me with the scroll. That's why I like being out here with you.
Tamriel is a pretty big place, and we can go anywhere you want. I can even take you to Cyrodiil.
Somehow I knew you'd understand. Just you and me. The two adventurers seeing the world. Thank you.
I'm a bit worried.
Do you happen to know any other spells besides the usual ones you've shown so far?
By the Divines. I just realized. I've been casting the usual Drain Life and Ice Spike spells so much. You must think my exceptionalism in Magicka is, well, laughable. Well, I'll prove that I did learn more than 3 spells in the last 1,000 years. The essentials like Candlelight, Oak Flesh, some conjuration spells like Flame Atronach, and even some healing spells. If I haven't been casting them now, I'll cast them more.
Lying around Fort Dawnguard.
Awesome.
Have it? Please?
Were you and Valerica close?
Before my father became obsessed with the prophecy, Mother and I spent quite a bit of time together. She was very fond of her alchemical garden in the castle courtyard. She taught me quite a bit about cultivating quality regions.
So you always got along?
Like the best of friends, I would never hesitate to share anything with her.
But then it all changed.
I'm not fond of
It
your
was
kind of
very
love.
sudden. It was almost like one day we were a normal family, and then the next, I didn't know who they were. I'd try to visit my mother in the garden, and she'd quickly shoo me away, saying she was much too busy.
That's why we're headed there.
She had to be up to something in that garden. I'm hoping it's a clue that will tell us where she went.
Myself, but it's nice to carry on in love.
So tell me about your family.
There's not a whole lot to tell. You've already seen my father's obsession. My mother's not a whole lot better, but you'll see that soon enough.
This is what us Nords were always meant to do. Traverse the province.
Were you
right wrongs
close with
and
them one
strength,
time?
Steel and resolve.
My father? No, not really. I did spend a lot of time with my mother, but she saw me more like a protege than a daughter. What about you? What were your parents like?
We're actually very close. I actually can't wait to see them again.
Thanks, Henry.
You're a good daughter.
It'd be good to see Skyrim come back under Imperial control.
I try.
Yeah. Let's just keep going.
Do you need something?
Hi, Ismir. I have to say, this crossbow is an amazing device. Thank you, Thane.
What's on your mind?
It still feels kind of weird, waking up after thousands of years, even at this point. Just thinking about an empire in Cyrodiil. I definitely thought everything would end with the
Hunting
Renans.
vampires is a noble cause.
Darling, really?
No problem. We've done the hardest part.
Next job. Anything good?
The symptoms. Wow.
What happened to this place? Everything's been torn down. The whole place looks, well, dead. It's like we're the first to set foot here in centuries. This used to lead to the castle's great hall. It looks like my father had it sealed up. I used to walk through here after evening meals. It was beautiful once.
Please don't cry.
This was my mother's garden. Do you know how beautiful something can be when it's tended by a master for hundreds of years? She would have hated to see it like this. Wait. Something's wrong with the moon dial here. Some of the crests are missing, and the dial is askew. I didn't even know the crests could be removed. Maybe my mother's trying to tell us something? It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
Sorry.
I'm telling you, there's something strange with the moon dial.
Are you okay?
Hey, so
Yes.
it's just... It's a hard thing to be around you. For me.
What do you mean?
I've been trying to make my peace with it. But I just can't help feeling... well, hungry.
Serana, I'm not some kind of thrall for you to feed off of.
I know, but just... Anyway, please. It's... your dragon blood. It's so good.
If you're going to keep doing this, the kisses aren't going to cut it.
It'd damn well better work. I'm hungry.
Fine. Come on.
Hold still.
Are you feeling better?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm glad you're here with me.
You mean you're glad my blood is here with you?
No, you've got it all wrong. You want me. I can see that. I'm not stupid. But... I can't even begin to imagine how to be just a normal human for you.
You could start by opening your heart.
Don't tell me you're that naive. Given how I've lived, what I've done, It's not something I'm going to get involved with. It's just... it's not for me.
And now you sound like your father.
I'm not sure it's really your place to judge me.
Half of Skyrim is after my blood. I'll just add you to the list. How about that?
Wait. I want us to be friends.
I want to, Serana. I want to make love to you. I'm not going to hide that.
I can't do that. It makes me a little uneasy. That's something for the living. But you're right. I just need to do something for you. This payment.
Payment? Am I your friend or skooma dealer?
I don't know. I've never had a friend.
Friends give, Serana, not to pay. Give what you're comfortable with, nothing more.
Sure. Oh, damn it. What was it? Okay, here goes.
Awkwardly, timidly, Serana reached out her hand to touch her savior. To be gentle was now alien to her. She steeled herself and suppressed her instincts to draw blood, trying instead to coax an entirely different fluid now.
Not very impressive, is it? All right.
I'm stunned, actually. That was amazing.
My mother taught me a trick or two.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think that's something you want.
I still want to know what's really going on with you.
If you want to know the whole story, my mother and I spent quite a bit of time together, preparing before we gave ourselves to Moloch Ball. Not really wholesome family activity, but I guess it's something you do when you give yourselves to a Daedric lord.
That's certainly unusual. Yes?
It was kind of sick, actually. But she loved it.
I am so sorry, Serana.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Hakon?
Not as much. But we all took part in it.
I don't know what to say.
Not the most normal childhood, but I think I turned out okay. I think we've talked about that enough.
At least I understand now. It must be hard for you to be with someone.
A little bit. It's not easy. Look, you're great, really. Just give me a little time.
Are you... Oh, I feel like such an ass. Are you okay with what we did?
That wasn't as unpleasant as I thought it would be. And thanks for asking. I can tell this is important to you.
Well, you've convinced me. My blood, it's yours. In moderation, of course.
I'm nothing if not persuasive. I'm telling you, there's something strange with the Moondial.
What happened to the courtyard?
If I had to guess, I'd say the moment Mother fled the castle, Father went on a rampage. Knowing him, anything at all that reminded him of her was destroyed.
Then he just walled it off.
It appears that way. I suppose he wanted to put the past behind him. Perhaps if he spent more time with us, he would have recognized the beauty for himself.
So, what's so special about this Moondial?
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's the only one in existence. The previous owners of the castle had a sundial in the courtyard, and obviously that didn't appeal to my mother. She persuaded an elven artisan to make some improvements. You can see the plates that show the phases of the moons, Maser and Secunda.
Does it work?
That's the thing. What's the point of a moon dial? I always wondered why she didn't just have the whole thing ripped out. But she loved it. I don't know. I guess it's like having a piece of art, if you're into that sort of thing.
So, what exactly am I doing to it?
Hard to say. Maybe if we found the missing crests, we could figure it out.
All right then.
Interesting.
26th Frostfall. I haven't a clue what's going on, but my husband's darkness is increasing quickly. I've decided to leave for Solstheim, but I worry about Serana. I only hope with what little compassion Harkon holds in his heart will keep him from harming her. It wasn't my first choice leaving, but in order for my experiment to continue to work, I need new materials. More materials. And wasting away in the castle isn't going to help me. Being a vampire for 1,000 years left me no choice but to keep myself busy in order to escape the boredom. Sometimes I almost wish I were mortal, so that I knew that one day this incessant, unceasing nothing would end. Oh, poor thing. 8th Sun's Dark. Why did I think leaving Volkahar for a vast, enemy-stricken, depressing wasteland was the right thing to do? It has been days since I have arrived, and I have come across nothing noteworthy, nothing vaguely interesting or helpful. If only feeding off the residents were so fruitful as to show me the path to my goal. I do hope Serana is all right. 13th Sun's Dusk. Finally, after an unbearable long couple of days of useless searching, I stumbled upon an ancient Nordic burial site, and after killing its many occupants, discovered what I have been looking for. It appears to be some sort of ice deposit, but not just any kind of ice. If its glow is any indication, I believe this is what I need, but extracting it and taking it with me will be difficult. 15th of Sun's Dusk. Supposedly the skull referred to what I found as a storeroom. From what limited experiments I've done with it, I've discovered the storeroom seems to absorb frost enchantments so as to amplify their power. This would be helpful, as previous frost enchantments I've made either are variably weak in strength or fizzle out not long after I attach them to anything. This will definitely take more work if I want to get it right. After much more experimenting, it's time to return to Volkahar. I have nothing left to do here, and my heart aches with every day I spend away from Serana. I can only hope she is all right. 25th Sun's Dusk. I'm officially back at Volkahar, and the halls are just as silent and dark as before. Serana was delighted by my return, and further made happy by my allowance of her to join me in my laboratory. Now, if I could just keep her from accidentally causing an explosion, it would be even better. Working with this storeroom is proving to be exceedingly frustrating, and infusing the substance with my blood quickly proved to be a bad idea. Oh dear. Clearly the blood running through my veins is too much for this to handle. I have to find another way. 27th Sun's Dusk. I have, by complete accident, found the solution. Serana, being as clumsy as she is, happened to knock over a blood potion I had lying on the table next to the storeroom. It reacted, but not with an explosion. Still, the effect was too weak, so I'm going to try to add something else. I believe it will work. 28th Sun's Dusk. Aha, yes! I've finally found it. Along with the inclusion of the blood potion, mixing it with vampire dust seems to activate the storeroom in a way I hadn't been able to before. If I'm correct, as long as I infuse each piece with these ingredients, the enchantments should be stronger and hopefully last longer. Blood potion, vampire dust. I have decided to call blood storeroom. for the name certainly fits. But as I watch the blood and the vampire dust mix together, something much darker forms. Much like my husband. What it was once, it no longer is. Something has taken a hold of Harkon, and I dread learning what that is. I keep Serana with me as much as I can these days, as he has begun looking at her with shadowed intentions, and I will not allow any more harm to befall her. I will protect her with my very last breath, even if it means to find the evil my husband has become. 24th Evening Star. Rather horrifically, I have discovered the source of my husband's expanding darkness. In our chambers, I found papers referencing some odd prophecy called Tyranny of the Sun. I haven't much enlightenment on what exactly it entails, but I now know why he looks at Serana with such malicious intent. Impossible though it may seem, he intends to sacrifice her in order to plunge the world into unending darkness. This I simply cannot abide. I must take action, or else I will doom us all. 29th Evening Star. After much thought, I have come to the conclusion that sharing what I have discovered is not the best course of action. With Harkon's paranoia and obsession growing every day, I dread thinking about what he might use this for. Certainly not for the betterment of our race. I left a book with Vigor in the Bloodlit Throne. It contains a more detailed manual on an armor I was working on and never finished. Vigor hates my husband almost as much as I have come to, so I trust he will do what must be done to protect its secrets. Till 31st Evening Star. I feel a change is coming, and so I am leaving Marjana by the Moondial Castle courtyard, as I believe it will be safe there. All I can wish for is that, should aid be needed, my daughter will be able to find it to wield it against Harkon. I hate putting this upon her, but I have no other choice. I only hope that one day she may forgive me. To my daughter Serana, or whoever finds us, I pray this serves you well, especially since it may be the only thing capable of saving your life should you have to face my husband. I can only hope that day never comes.
If we had the crests, we wouldn't have to keep hanging around this lovely place.
Serana, so I found this journal near the garden, and it's Valericus.
My mother's? Does it say where she went?
Not exactly. It looks like she was designing a special armor for you.
Oh, I see. Could I have a read?
Sure, it's all yours.
Yeah, you aren't wrong here. I guess even a vampire mother is still a mother. Crimson blood ingots. Truly fascinating. It seems she's activating the rare Stalrim ore in a way that I didn't even think was possible. Theoretically, if she's correct. These specific properties and incantations increase the ore's durability and strength. Pretty clever, Mother. Pretty clever. And did you just find the journal? Or did you find some of these crimson blood ingots too?
A bunch of them were lying nearby, actually. When I picked them up, of course, because they were shiny.
Great. There's still a lot of feelings wrapped up in this old place. But a gift is a gift, and a powerful one at that. Let's keep this crimson blood armor in mind. After we finish our business here, I think we should find that armor recipe.
Should go here. After the waxing. And one should go here. Oh. Would you look at that?
Very clever, Mother. Very clever. I've never been in those tunnels before, but I'd bet they run right under the courtyard and into the tower ruins. Well, at least we're getting closer. Let's go. I promise you, it didn't always look like this.
I'm always here for you, Serana.
Kind of soothing, actually.
Okay.
Equipment.
Ahem.
I'm sorry, what is it, Serana?
My fellow traveling companion, doesn't this courtyard look nice? It's serene in a certain way, and uniquely beautiful, like a certain...
Is there something you want to say?
Maybe. Well, actually, yeah, the garden actually didn't age well. No, I wasn't talking about you. Well, I was.
Are you flirting with me?
Well, it's entirely possible. Now, enough of that. We got a job to do. Well done, Serana. Nice. You really are as eloquent as an ice wraith.
Oh dear.
Look at this place. This has to be it. I knew she was deep into necromancy. I mean, she taught me everything I know. But I had no idea she had a setup like this. Look at all of this. She must have spent years collecting these components. And what's this thing?
Interesting place. I hardly see any Nords here, even in their own province.
It's because they're all dead, Lydia.
I'm not sure about this circle, but it's obviously something. Let's take a look around. There has to be something here that tells us where she's gone.
What exactly are we looking for?
My mother was meticulous about her research. If we find her research notes, there might be some hints in there.
Are you okay, Serana?
Hey, so, talk to me.
About?
Well, it's about me. It's strange. I just need to figure out what's happening.
Besides stones coming to life, what's very strange?
It's hard to describe. I feel a little warmer now.
Warmer? Why is that?
I've been asking myself the same thing since we, did it.
Is warmer good?
I don't know. It makes no sense to me. But it's obviously something.
Are you hungry?
No, not really. I've been wanting something else. If that's alright.
Go ahead.
Alright then.
A stranger had awoken something within Serana's breast that she had left for dead long ago. Dead, buried, and forgotten, with no marker left to find it. And yet, the stranger had found it. Found it and pulled it still beating from the cold ground.
Wow.
Did you like that?
This feels like the right way. Kind of soothing, actually.
What brought that on?
I don't have the faintest idea.
Moloch Ball has his gifts. Debella has hers.
I'm a little nervous about all of this.
You've been alone for a long time, but do you have a friend now?
Yes. Friends. Thank you.
Yep. Just friends.
What is it, pretty girl?
Pretty girl.
Keep searching for her notes. She probably had a journal or something.
Do you have a horse by chance?
Oh, horseback riding. I don't think I do. Never had to travel much back on the island. Though, it wouldn't hurt to try. Tell you what, take me to a stable owner and we can get myself a horse.
How will you even learn to ride it?
We'll cross that hurdle when we get there.
Okay. We will get you a horse. Your mother maintained quite the laboratory.
I had no idea that her laboratory even existed. She had an alchemy setup in her drawing room, but nothing that even comes close to what's here.
What did she research?
Looking at the equipment and materials, it looks like she was trying to advance her necromancy.
To what end?
I don't know. Certainly not longevity. Kind of a waste of time for a vampire.
And what about the gargoyles? Not that it's too much of a problem. No, it's not. It's not a problem. Did she keep them here?
Not that I ever saw. My mother had a bit of a thing for magical constructs. Not what you're thinking. She just found them fascinating.
Okay, that was not what I was thinking, but all right.
What is it now, you sweet talker?
Door.
Keep searching for her notes. She probably had a journal or something.
Can I talk to you for a bit?
Do you need something?
Maybe. What did you usually do back in the castle?
Not much, because there isn't really anything to do when you live on an island. And yes, on rare occasions I did travel to Skyrim with my father, on business. By which I mean intimidation, scheming, bribery, blackmail, an execution or two. You know, your typical chores of a Volkihar patriarch. And he did teach me some of those skills, if you could put it that way. But I didn't really do anything fun for the most part. I definitely didn't have a normal childhood. I guess that's what you get for being a follower of Moloch Baal. Though, besides the typical gardening and reading, I also did sing quite a bit. I wasn't nearly good enough to join the Bard's College, but I was pretty decent at it, and it made me feel less lonely. Tell you what, give me some time to warm up a bit on the side, and maybe I'll sing something for you.
Well, I would definitely like that.
Keep searching for her notes. She probably had a journal or something.
Can I still talk to you, though? I'm not done.
All right.
Any books you've enjoyed as of late?
I have, actually. Have you ever read The Herbalist's Guide to Skyrim?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Then you should know how amazing this book is, really. So many different types of ingredients and properties. It's truly fascinating. The illustrations are so vivid, and pretty accurate, too. Forgive me, I get carried away when I talk about these things. But what about you? What do you think of the book?
I agree with you. I enjoyed the book quite much.
Great! You have good tastes.
And how did you come across this book?
I read it after you brought me back home for the first time. The castle certainly hasn't aged well, but at least someone's been updating our family library. This book was on my rather long reading list, because, you know, I only have 1,000 years worth of catching up to do. Both fun and not fun. Even for a bookworm such as myself, this was quite overwhelming.
Okay, so let's keep searching. And, I'm pretty sure I'm falling in love with them.
Any luck yet?
I've found your mother's notes.
You did? Let me see.
What's this Socan that she mentions?
I only know what she told me. She had a theory about soul gems. That the souls inside of them don't just vanish when they're used. They end up in the soul cairn.
Why did she care where used souls went?
The soul cairn is home to very powerful beings. Necromancers send them souls and receive powers of their own in return. My mother spent a lot of time trying to contact them directly, to travel to the soul cairn itself.
If she made it there, we'll find her.
That circle in the center of the room is definitely some type of portal. If I'm reading this right, there's a formula here that should give us safe passage into the soul cairn.
So, what do we need?
A handful of soul gem shards, some finely ground bone meal, a good bit of purified void salts. Oh, damn it.
What? What's wrong?
We're also going to need a sample of her blood, which, if we could get that, we wouldn't even be trying to do this in the first place.
You share her blood.
Not bad. We'd better hope that it's good enough. Mistakes with these kinds of portals can be gruesome. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get started.
Are all of these ingredients here in the laboratory?
Oh, definitely. Mother would have plenty of those materials in her laboratory. You just need to find them.
Well,
Around Fort Dawnguard. Could I have it? Please?
alright, Serana.
Then the rest is up to me. Are you ready to go? I'm not entirely sure what this thing is going to do when I add my blood.
There's always a good moment between when a foe sees you and when they're close enough to hit you.
Well, can I ask you something first?
Of course. What is it?
What will you do if we do find your mother?
I've been asking myself the same thing since we came back to the castle. She was so sure of what we did to my father. I couldn't help but go along with her. I never thought of the cost.
Myself? It's nice to carry a lighter load.
It sounds like she did everything for your sake.
Possibly. I guess even a vampire mother is still a mother. She worried about me, about all of us. But she wanted to get me as far away from my father as possible, before he really went over the edge.
We won't know until we find her.
Yes. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I just didn't expect anyone to care how I felt about her. Thank you. Are we ready then?
Let's get that portal open.
All right. Here goes. By the blood of my ancestors.
Oh my,
She actually did it.
by the
Created
nine.
a portal to the soul.
It's
Incredible.
got stairs and everything.
You don't dabble in magic much, do you? Can't say I blame you.
Incredible.
I
Simply
barely trust anything
incredible.
myself.
Anything you can tell me about the soul cairn before I drop off into it?
This crossbow is
The Soul Cairn is a tiny sliver of oblivion, the realm of the Daedra. It's ruled by unseen beings known as the Ideal Masters.
Why was your mother so fascinated by that?
Honestly, I don't know. Necromancers are always interested in souls, though, so that probably has some kind of interest.
And what exactly are the Ideal Masters?
Nobody really knows. As far as I've heard, no one's seen them, and returned to Tamriel to tell about it.
Then how are you sure they even exist?
I've read stories. Stories about fools that manage to communicate with them. You give the Ideal Masters souls, they give you powers to summon the undead. It's all very businesslike.
Fools? Why do you say that?
Because most of those stories end with the Ideal Masters duping the necromancers, who end up dead, or wishing they were dead.
but at least it ended with us killing a whole group.
I see.
All right.
I suppose down we go. The last time I went into a portal, I had to kill a dragon,
Getting
just so
used
you
to heavy
know.
armor, are you? I can help you get your plates adjusted, if you'd like.
Ow!
Are you alright?
No!
That looked painful.
It was. What happened?
Now that I think about it, I should have expected that. Sorry. It's hard to describe. The Soul Cairn is, well, hungry, for a lack of a better word. It's trying to take your life essence as payment.
A noble cause.
So,
Sounds like a good bit of fun.
basically, there's no way in then.
There might be, but I don't think you're going to like it. Vampires aren't counted among the living. I could probably go through there without a problem.
Are you saying that I need to become a vampire?
Not your first choice, I'd guess.
Then there has to be another way.
Maybe. We could just pay the toll another way. It wants a soul, so we give it a soul. Yours.
Wait. What? Wouldn't that kill me?
My mother taught me a trick or two. I could partially soul trap you and offer that gem to the Ideal Masters. That might be enough to satisfy them. It would make you a bit weaker when we travel through the Soul Cairn, but we might be able to fix that once we're inside. Maybe.
Maybe. Those are my only options.
I'm sorry. I wish I knew a better way. Something that would be easier for you. Just know that, whatever path you choose, I won't think any less of you. Sometimes, things just have to be done. I know that better than anybody. What is it, pretty girl?
Have you made up your mind?
Soul trap me. I won't feel right as a vampire.
Are you sure? I'm willing to do it, but you need to think it through. You'll remain mortal, but you'll find yourself weakened within the Soul Cairn.
But I'm not. I'm ready.
I know this is difficult for you. I hope you trust me. I'd never do anything that could hurt you.
I trust you completely, Serana.
Thank you. Let's not waste any more time then. I promise to make this as painless as possible. Hold still. But Looks like we'll be dealing with the smell of rot while we're here. Lovely.
Ideal.
If she really is here, I wonder how my mother managed to deal with it.
I deal with it all the time.
How do you manage to deal with it then?
For a walking corpse, you don't smell terrible.
Me? I smell like nightshade and snowberries.
Might want to have a word with your trader who sold you this perfume.
Oh, you know what? You should be talking.
What do you mean?
I have a heightened sense of smell, you know. If you think you smell like blossoms after frolicking in a fetid cave, you are sorely mistaken. But, hey, you're actually not too bad. For a well-groomed bear.
Well, you're a snowback.
Horker face.
Milk drinker.
Well, that is just not true anymore.
You're not wrong.
We're being awfully carefree, aren't we? I mean, for being trapped in a realm of oblivion with no guaranteed return.
Right.
It's nice, really. To just have fun. Have someone who can help me forget about all the prophecies, Elder Scrolls, betrayals, and this awful God's cursed reek. About all of this, even for a brief moment. I'm starting to like you, okay? You're growing on me. And what I said is true, though I definitely wouldn't want to end up here for all eternity. We got a job to do. Let's find my mother and find a way out of here.
Fair enough. She
Interesting
called me a
place.
hawker brain.
I hardly see any Nords here, even in their own province.
I don't think we're going to find any Nords that are alive.
The smell here. Let's try to handle this quickly.
I feel terrible for the dead who end up here for eternity. Seems awful, like they're still suffering.
Are you sure Valerica has the Elder Scroll?
No, but there's no way she would have left it in Tamriel. She wanted to get it as far away from my father as possible. I can't imagine a better place.
Nor can I, but if she doesn't?
Then we find out where she hid it, if she's still alive. Well, as alive as she was before. Or is now. Or... you know what I mean.
Why not hide it in the soul cairn and then just return?
Probably to avoid whatever my father would do to her if he got his hands on her. Or maybe her plan was to come back, but she was stuck here. We won't know until we find her.
Do you know anything about this place before we venture forth?
Just what my mother told me. I've also studied a little bit on my own, but there's not much. When something is trapped in a soul gem, and then the energy is used for powering an enchantment, the remnants are sent here.
Any soul gem?
Well, I think it's specifically the black ones. I don't know if the soul cairn takes just any leftovers.
Does anything live here?
Look at this place. Do you think anything would want to live here? The only things that can survive here are the ideal masters, the undead, and the souls themselves. Well, if you want to call that living.
Do you think we'll meet the ideal masters?
I don't think anyone's ever met the ideal masters. I'm not even sure anyone knows what they look like. They could be underground, flying above us. They might be the ground. I have no idea.
Why are they collecting these souls?
Lots of theories. Some say they feed on them like I feed on blood. Others think they use them as payment for an even higher power. Almost like a currency, a very strange currency. Whatever they're doing with them, they've been harvesting for millennia. No telling how many souls are trapped here.
Then why would a necromancer want to deal with them?
Look around you. There are some extremely powerful undead here. Even a necromancer as seasoned as my mother would be willing to spend years trying to gain access to them.
Summon them, you mean?
Exactly. It's a lost art. Most necromancers just raise up whatever bodies are nearby. A simple trick, really. Child's play. But bringing something from the soul cairn gives you something much more powerful.
Okay, how would the necromancers communicate with him?
Well, that's usually the trick. It's possible to do it through a simple portal. But to finalize the deal, you have to travel here yourself, and most of them never come back.
Well, that's fair, because I didn't even expect the soul trapping would weaken me this much here.
I'm sorry.
Don't ever blame yourself. This was my decision.
Thank you. Come on, let's move. You'd think a vampire would be right at home in this place. You'd be wrong. Let's just find my mother and get out of here, quickly.
Well, before we find your mother, I'd like to give you a gift.
That's thoughtful of you. You sure know how to impress me.
Right, Lydia. Let us
Hey, so...
find a way to the lights. What is it, Serana?
As a fellow Nord, what do you think of mead? Like it, hate it, couldn't bother? It seems like most of us can't go a single day without it, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Meat. Meat. I would take a swig of meat anytime, actually.
Glad we're on the same page then. I may have an extraordinarily high tolerance for alcohol, but that doesn't mean I don't like getting drunk. Or at least, trying to. Haven't succeeded, I think, ever, but that's a little life goal of mine.
Excellent. I will have to help you pursue that goal.
Mother? Mother!
It can't be. Serana?
Is it really you? I can't believe it. How do we get inside? We have to talk.
Serana, what are you doing here? Where's your father?
He doesn't know we're here. I don't have time to explain.
I must have failed. Harkon's found a way to decipher the prophecy, hasn't he?
No, you've got it all wrong. We're here to stop him, to make everything right.
Wait a moment. You've brought a stranger here? Have you lost your mind?
No, you don't...
You, come forward. I would speak with you. So how has it come to pass that a vampire hunter is in the company of my daughter? It pains me to think you'd travel with Serana under the guise of her protector in an effort to hunt me down.
This is no ruse, milady. I want to keep her safe.
Coming from one who murders vampires as a trade, I find it hard to believe your intentions are noble. Serana has sacrificed everything to prevent Harkon from completing the prophecy. I would have expected her to explain that to you.
That's why I'm here, for the Elder Scroll. And for the record, I only kill vampires that try to eat my face.
You think I'd have the audacity to place my own daughter in that tomb for the protection of her Elder Scroll alone? The scrolls are merely a means to an end. The key to the tyranny of the sun is Serana herself.
What do you mean?
When I fled Castle Volkihar, I fled with 2 Elder Scrolls. The scroll I presume you found with Serana speaks of Ariel and his arcane weapon, Ariel's bow. The second scroll declares that the blood of Cold Harbor's daughter will blind the eye of the dragon.
And how does Serana fit in?
Like myself, Serana was a human once. We were devout followers of Lord Molig Bal. Tradition dictates the females be offered to Molig Bal on his summoning day. Few survive the ordeal. Those that do emerge as a pure-blooded vampire. We call such confluences the Daughters of Cold Harbor.
Cold Harbor?
It's what some call the domain of Molig Bal. His place in oblivion.
And the tyranny of the sun requires Serana's blood.
Now you're beginning to see why I wanted to protect Serana, and why I've kept the other Elder Scroll as far from her as possible.
Are you saying that Harkon means to kill her?
If Harkon obtained Ariel's bow, and Serana's blood was used to taint the weapon, the tyranny of the sun would be complete. In his eyes, she'd be dying for the good of all vampires.
I would never allow that to happen.
And how exactly do you plan on stopping him?
I'll need your help.
Have you been listening to me? Like Serana, I'm a pure-blooded vampire. My presence on Tamriel is as much of a danger as hers.
And Serana's opinion in this?
You care nothing for Serana, or our plight. Whether or not you've become one of us in order to survive the Soul Cairn, you're still a vampire hunter at heart. You're here because we're abominations in your mind. Evil creatures that need to be destroyed.
And Serana believes in me, so why won't you?
Serana? This stranger aligns herself with those that would hunt you down and slay you like an animal. Yet I should entrust you to her.
This stranger has done more for me in the brief time I've known her than you've done in centuries.
How dare you? I gave up everything I cared about to protect you from that fanatic you call a father.
Yes, he's a fanatic. He's changed. But he's still my father. Why can't you understand how that makes me feel?
Serana, if you'd only open your eyes. The moment your father discovers your role in the prophecy, that he needs your blood, you'll be in terrible danger.
So, to protect me, you decided to shut me away from everything I cared about? You never asked me if hiding me in that tomb was the best course of action. You just expected me to follow you blindly. Both of you were obsessed with your own paths. Your motivations might have been different. But in the end, I'm still just a pawn to you two. I want us to be a family again, but I don't know if we can ever have that. Maybe we don't deserve that kind of happiness. Maybe it isn't for us. But we have to stop him before he goes too far. And to do that, we need the Elder Scroll.
I'm sorry, Serana. I didn't know. I didn't see. I've allowed my hatred of your father to estrange us for too long. Forgive me. If you want the Elder Scroll, it's yours. Your intentions are still somewhat unclear to me. But for Serana's sake, I'll assist you in any way that I can.
Do you happen to have the Elder Scroll with you?
Yes. I've kept it safely secured here ever since I was imprisoned. Fortunately, you're in a position to breach the barrier that surrounds these ruins.
And exactly what do we need to do?
You need to locate the tallest of the rocky spires that surround these ruins. At their bases, the barrier's energy is being drawn from unfortunate souls that have been exiled here. Destroy the keepers that are tending them, and it should bring the barrier down.
We'll return soon.
One more word of warning. There's a dragon that calls itself Durnevere roaming the cairn. Be wary of him. The Ideal Masters have charged him with overseeing the keepers, and will undoubtedly intervene if you're perceived as a threat.
Why haven't you pursued this prophecy?
Harkon's vision is a world plunged in eternal darkness, where the vampire can flourish, and never again fear the tyranny of the sun. What he fails to realize is how much attention would be called to our kind if the prophecy came to fruition.
What sort of attention?
If eternal night fell, there are many who wouldn't stand for it. They would raise armies in attempts to return things to normal. The order of the day would be our destruction, until every last vampire was hunted down and eliminated.
So, you prefer living in the shadows?
I do. It's how the vampire has survived for millennia, and the only way we can continue to survive in the future.
And if I leave the soul cairn, can I safely return?
As you've been traveling in the soul cairn, your body has become attuned to it. Let's just say a tiny part of you rubbed off on it, and in its place, a bit of the soul cairn filled the void. You should find no difficulty using the portal any longer.
How did you become imprisoned here?
When I entered the soul cairn, I had intended to strike a bargain with the Ideal Masters, the custodians of this place.
And what was that bargain?
I requested refuge in the soul cairn, and in exchange, I would provide the Ideal Masters the souls that they crave. If I had foreseen the value they placed on my own soul, I would never have come here.
So, they tricked you?
The Ideal Masters unleashed their keepers and sent them to destroy me. Fortunately, I was able to hold them at bay and retreat into these ruins.
Where you became trapped?
Unfortunately, yes. Since the keepers weren't able to claim my soul, they had their minions construct a barrier that I'd never be able to breach.
And so, you've been imprisoned here all this time?
Time has very little meaning to me. Consequently, it has little meaning to the Ideal Masters as well. I suppose you could call this the ultimate waiting game, each watching the other to see which will give in.
I'm a bit worried. You're getting to
And
be
who are
almost
these
as
Ideal
good
Masters?
a shield as I am.
I know very little
I'm
about
a
them.
bit worried.
They're mystic entities that lord over the soul cairn, controlling every aspect from its fabric to its appearance.
And what do they resemble?
Well, some necromancers believe they are the crystalline structures dotting the soul cairn. I believe there's more to it than that.
How so?
I think they transcend what we perceive as a physical form. Perhaps they were once corporeal beings, but they've obviously reached a point where they no longer require a tangible presence.
And the crystals?
Conduits, through which the Ideal Masters speak to their underlings and feed on their victims.
Why would they require sustenance if they're nothing but mist?
The Ideal Masters' weakness is their insatiable hunger for pure souls. It's the reason for the soul cairn's existence, and the only leverage a necromancer has when bargaining with them.
And what do the masters provide in return?
The ability to summon powerful undead guardians, as one would conjure an Atronak or Daedra. However, the majority of necromancers that are foolish enough to enter into a bargain with the Ideal Masters wind up here as harvested souls.
Hold on a moment, please.
I hope this is important.
You and Harkon groom your only child to be a sexual sacrifice to Moloch Ball.
Yes, it was expected of her.
In a ceremony where she's literally raped to death.
Yes, you survived the ordeal.
Then you lock her away for hundreds of years.
Yes.
Because her father wants to kill her for her blood.
Unfortunately, yes.
Which she only has because you fucking sacrificed her.
Yes.
Do you actually think Serana wanted any of that?
Being selected as an offering to Moloch Ball is an honor. She wouldn't have dared turn her back on that.
Only because of you? She just wanted to please her parents.
I see. We're abominations in your mind. Evil creatures that care nothing for Serana.
I think that's a fair assessment, yes.
If you believe that...
Serana has been a victim her entire life.
Idiot! You're a bigger fool than I originally suspected. Serana has sacrificed everything to Moloch Ball. Now, she's the daughter of Cold Harbor, the pure-blooded vampire. Nothing else matters. If anything happens to Serana, I'll have you answer for it.
You first, bitch.
Be careful, and keep my daughter safe.
Fucking tell me to be careful.
I love your style. You're looking good today.
Still here.
Thank you.
Let's kill those keeper things and get back to the prison.
So, how are you feeling after talking to your mother?
Relieved, I think. All those things had been building up for a while. You have no idea how long I wanted to say that to her.
And why did you ever agree to her plan?
Look, I loved my father, but when he found that prophecy, that became his life. Everything else, even me and my mother, we just became clutter. I was close with my mother, but she just kept feeding me her opinions of him, and eventually I started believing them.
And she doesn't seem too fond of him.
The moment we gave ourselves to Molag Bal, things got really icy between them. They were both drunk with power and pulling in different directions. Then he found that prophecy, and that was it.
And you were unfortunately caught in the middle.
I was. Honestly, it took me up until now to figure out that my mother was really just as bad as he was. He was obsessed with power. She was obsessed with seeing him fail. It was just so toxic. Maybe I could have seen this coming. We could all be better off now.
You shouldn't blame yourself.
You don't know what it's like, coming from a family like that. Everything eventually tumbles down to you.
To find one of those crossbows
Anyway,
lying
we should
around
keep
for
moving.
Vanguard. Can I have it? Please?
Very impressive.
What?
Volumes written on Durnevere allege that he can't be slain by normal means. You appear to have something of value.
Maybe your books were mistaken.
I understand now. It's your blood. The blood of the dragon.
Like mother, like daughter, it seems.
I find your blood quite interesting. I would strike a bargain with you.
Bargain?
No matter how long I've lived, my insatiable hunger remains. A hunger for blood. Please, allow me to feed on you.
I should have known.
Yes, and in exchange, I will offer a unique opportunity to claim my regards.
I don't think so.
You appear to have something on your mind. What is it?
Serana and I
Wait a minute. What? You. And how exactly do you have the audacity to touch my daughter?
we were traveling together and
Serana claims you're her guardian, yet your first instinct appears to be to get your hands on her. How dare you?
Serana? A little help here.
No, I will not allow that to happen. You're dead!
Oh, you will...
I see that my
Sorry.
daughter is still as naive as ever.
Very supportive.
It pains me to think you'd travel with a vampire hunter, offering your body as a trade.
I was going to say the same thing to you.
Oh, Serana, if you'd only open your eyes. She's using you like an animal.
Oh, tell me, Mother. What kind of woman is she?
I can't even begin to guess. She knows nothing of our struggle. Why should I entrust you to her?
This is my savior. I know this is difficult for you, but I never had a friend. It's intimate, and it's mine. And frankly, after everything we've been through, I'd rather not get into that with you.
Serana? Have you lost your mind?
This day was always coming. You used me. Never. Again!
No. I gave up everything I cared about to protect you.
It's enough! This is what your obsession brings you. You've destroyed our family.
B. I had no idea you felt that way about me, Serana.
Poor thing. Who's this and thirsty? My friend will bestow the gift. Dragon blood.
Serana, please. Share that blessing with me.
But to finalize the deal, you have to subjugate yourself. As payment.
I understand now. The females be offered to Molag Bal. So my daughter wants to exact revenge.
Maybe.
I'm sorry, Serana. It was never my intention to deceive you. We were devout followers of Lord Molig Ball. I didn't know. I didn't see. For all of this to end, for things to return to the way they were before, if there's anything I can do, forgive me.
Are you alright? Hey, so, talk to me.
Serana, were you forced to become a vampire? I mean, you told me you were used.
Power takes precedence with my mother. We gave ourselves to Molig Ball for power. I was not a willing subject. I was just a lonely child.
And most people would want to kill whoever made them go through that.
Killer? No. I guess even a vampire mother is still a mother. See if you can help.
This isn't something I can fix.
The moment we gave ourselves to Molig Ball, things got bad. Look what it's done to my family. I think I see why now.
What do you mean?
Molig Ball is a powerful Daedric lord, and his will is made reality. Everything with Molig Ball was degrading. It's not like that, though, when I'm with you.
I assume that's a compliment?
Well, that has to be the way back for us. To be giving.
What are you saying?
I think we both know.
Serana, I
want us to be a family. To make everything right. Sometimes things just have to be done.
All right. I'll do it. Are you going to help?
Three's a crowd.
I'll try for you, Serana, but she's a monster.
And so am I now. Stick it to it.
No, you are not a monster.
So, you know your way with a blade, huh?
Here you are, to exact revenge. I am prepared for your assault.
Serana needed a mother. That's what you should have done.
Well, traveling in the company of my daughter, you appear to have filled the void.
I could never fill the void that you left.
She's using you like a dagger to my heart. Serana, I must have failed. Oh, Serana.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Drink my blood then.
Ah, the blood of the dragon. Glorious.
Do vampires know of the Debellan arts?
I do.
Good. We will practice the Debellan arts together.
I see. I am the daughter of Cold Harbor, a vampire offspring of Molig Ball. I don't feel comfortable giving that blessing any longer.
So you would prefer I forced you? And used you?
Unfortunately, yes.
That is exactly why we'll practice Debella's arts instead, faithfully.
I find it hard to believe your intentions are noble. But for Serana's sake, if you want that of me, it's yours. I thank you.
Serana wants her mother back.
If If I had foreseen the cost to Serana, I would never have offered her to Molag Bal.
You forced your own lust for power upon her and scarred her forever.
After what I've put Serana through, I would understand if she never wished to see me again.
Lucky for you, she has forgiveness in her heart, and I hope you're worthy of it.
I understand now what you did for Serana. Like myself, Serana was a human once. Perhaps my daughter is still a human at heart.
And you?
I leave that decision in your hands. However, you must understand, I know very little about them. Now that you've retrieved the Elder Scroll, you should be on your way. If there's anything I can do before you depart, you must let me know.
Can you help me get my soul back?
So my daughter applied some of the lessons I taught her about necromancy, did she? Don't worry. I think I can help you.
Good. I can use all the help I can get right now.
Your soul essence was trapped inside a gem. When you and Serana entered the soul cairn, it was given to the Ideal Masters as payment. You simply need to retrieve the gem. The moment you touch it, your soul essence will be restored.
Any idea where it could be?
There's an offering altar not terribly far from here. I'm willing to bet that the gem you're looking for is there. Is there anything else? Could be your last chance.
You're staying here?
I have no choice. As I told you before, I'm a daughter of Cold Harbor. If I return to Tamriel, that increases Harkon's likelihood of bringing the tyranny of the sun to fruition.
We'll return for you when we can then.
I appreciate your concern for me, but Serana is all that I care about. You must keep her safe at all costs. Remember that Harkon is not to be trusted. No matter what he promises, he'll deceive you in order to get what he wants. And promise me you'll keep my daughter safe. She's the only thing of value I have.
When a foe sees you, and when they're close enough to hit you.
How can you even move around? It looks awful to even put on.
Come on, let's go home.
Oh. That's a story I can't match.
Thane.
Let's keep moving.
I did what I could, Serana, but the problems between you two are...
My family has its problems. We did worship a Daedra, remember? But they're our problems. I'm grateful to you.
Is this going to change anything between us?
Why even think of it that way? I was close with my mother. I would never hesitate to share anything with her.
I think now would be a good time to talk.
All right.
I think now would be a good time to talk.
The war's almost over.
Yes, we're finally back.
Thanks, Stendar, for that.
I wasn't sure we'd make it out of there in one piece. I know this sounds weird, but I felt kind of scared. For you. For both of us. The Ideal Masters could do anything, really. They could have trapped us there for one. I wouldn't like to be a hostage for eternity. Again.
A gullible vampire believes in some unseen forces, huh?
Vampires is a noble cause. Sounds like a good bit of fun, too.
Maybe you're a pile of talking script jelly. The Ideal Masters are real. everything I said about the soul cairn was real. There are trapped souls, cryptic, floating entities. We fought an undead dragon. What we saw basically spelled out everything I had read about that place. The soul cairn, realm of oblivion as ruled by the ideal masters. And of course you didn't see them. They're called unseen for a reason. Ugh. Wait. You're just messing with me, aren't you?
Yes.
I'd like to visit Cyrodiil someday, though.
Well, at
My
least
father
you
told me to visit
have
Westworld
better
before
company
the
than an
Fountain
Elder
of
Scroll this time.
It's not funny. Maybe next time, I'll be the one to personally soul trap and place you in the soul cairn. See how you take that.
With dignity and panache, of course.
You really don't give up, do you?
Nope.
Seriously. I'm just glad it's all over. I know I can be moody sometimes, but honestly, I appreciate that you're keeping our spirits up. Thanks. Look, there is something I'd like to tell you, and I really feel like now's the time. Do you like me? Not just as a friend, but as something else? I think you know what I mean.
I think you know how I feel.
Can't say I blame you.
Then,
I barely
hopefully
trust any
this
of
won't
it
be
myself.
awkward.
This is what us Nords were always meant to do. Traverse the province and right wrongs with strength, steel, and resolve. By Izmir, I have to say, this crossbow is an amazing device. Thank you, Thane.
This must be that beautiful Skyrim weather I've always heard about. Wow. It's nice, actually. You are so nice and... Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to...
I'm not fond of you trying to become a
How do
pirate,
you feel, Serana?
but at least it ended with
I
us throwing a
feel
whole
free.
bottle full of them.
For once. I didn't mean to jump you like that. I just wanted to do it my way this time. To conquer my fear and do the very thing that still gives me nightmares on my terms. It had to be someone I
This is
trust.
what us Nords
It
were
had to be
always meant
you.
to do. Traverse the
I used to
province
see
and right
intimacy as a
wrongs
way
with
to
strength,
deceive,
steel,
to
and
take advantage,
resolve.
and most of all, to demonstrate power. Control, domination, degradation. It's like, all my life I've only ever seen a facade. I just wanted to experience what it's really meant to be like for once, with you. Thank you for that.
That silver tongue of yours makes me nervous
course.
sometimes, honestly. Can't help but wonder what you'll talk
Let's
me
move
into.
faster. The sun is... It's not great for my skin, if you know what I mean.
Him into the court, which is still a problem if you ask.
I'm ever so grateful.
Thank you. I need a horse for my companion, please.
Gal like you needs a war horse, I reckon.
There's actually plenty of game out on the tundra. It's a great place to hunt.
You always keep us in mind when you need a fresh horse, yeah?
There's a certain vigor in her eyes. I like her. I could either name her Phoenix because of this fire in her eyes, or Nightshade because she also reminds me of the flowers I used to tend to in my mother's garden. I'll let you pick. I've been meaning to ask, why did you join the Dawn Guard?
Well, I've seen firsthand how much death and destruction vampires can cause. I joined the Dawn Guard to stop them.
I see. I'm truly sorry for you. If it's worth anything, I want you to know that I'll do everything I can to right the wrongs my kin have caused. All this time I've been living idly while vampires wrought havoc across Skyrim. So many innocent people. I can understand what brought you into the fold. I'll do whatever I can to help. If it means we can stop the bloodshed, I'll stand with you. You have my word.
What is it?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Here, I hope you like it.
Glad you're here.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I think we'll go with Nightshade.
Nightshade it is, then. Now,
Dragonborn.
it's time to take
What do
you
you
for
need?
a ride.
Place. I hardly
Time
see
to
any
test
reason
my
to
mettle.
leave it.
Good job out there.
Whoa. Easy there. Watch it. Hey,
Rana.
hey, where do you think you're going?
Hold on.
Oh no.
It's okay.
By the gods, I'm never doing something like this again.
It's okay, Serana. You just need some practice.
You don't say. Could you teach me then? Probably need your help with this one.
Sure.
Thanks. And do take it easy.
For the next couple of hours, you teach Serana how to ride a horse. It's not as frustrating as you initially expected, as she does seem to be a fast learner.
Well, now that's done. I should be able to hold my own now, at least. So the next time you decide to be on horseback, I should be able to catch up.
Perfect.
What did you need?
Does it bother you that we're working against your father?
I can't say it surprises me. I kind of figured we were heading for this someday. I just didn't know when.
Will it be hard for you if we have to kill him?
If? I've been assuming that's where this is all going. I've been trying to make my peace with it. Come on, we can talk about this another time.
Can I talk to you for a bit?
Alright.
What's your opinion about the Red Guards?
Asked me if I'd heard of the High
Well, I do admire their fondness for the sea, as pirates, sailors, or adventurers of the open waters. I used to read stories and great tales of Red Guard pirates, from the shores of Stros Mackay to the farthest reaches of the Abetian Sea. Especially the daring adventures of Jaik Talonwood. He was a little childhood hero of mine. So what do you say? Would you like to sail the open seas in pursuit of fame and the rarest treasures?
Well, yes. Of course I would.
I was kind of just playing around, but I like your enthusiasm. Maybe we should set sail for the coasts of Hammerfell sometime. After we're done with everything here in Skyrim.
I would love that.
What did you need?
Can I...
Oh? What is it?
Do you have any funny stories to tell while you were back in the island?
Yes, I do. Don't tell anyone else, though. Sometime back when I was still mortal, my parents ordered an entire keg of Ultimate Golden Pear wine. And yes, I know my parents were weird, but like any other Nord royalty, they did like their wine. Anyway, what I did next was probably the most stupid and one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. One afternoon, I snuck down into the cellar while everyone was asleep. And I thought, maybe I should have a quick swig of this. And the next thing I knew, I was laying flat on my belly with both my parents yelling at me. I supposedly finished the entire keg.
That's rather amusing.
Yes, it was. But getting hungover really isn't.
No. Agreed.
Yes? What did you need?
The war's
All right.
almost over, isn't it? Thanks, Stendar, for that. It'll be good to see Skyrim come back under Imperial control.
Do you have any other funny stories?
Yes, I do. Don't tell anyone else, though. My mother had to leave the island for some urgent business one day, so I snuck into her laboratory. You know, to create some potions, test out some necromancy, fiddle around with things I really wasn't supposed to. But one thing did catch my eye. That brandy. I didn't really consider why she even had it there. I just decided to take a small sip.
Can't say I blame you.
It truly tasted like something else. So I decided to finish the entire bottle in one swig. I absolutely loved it. I was already a vampire at this point, though, so don't worry. I didn't pass out, vomit, or anything like that. But when my mother did come home, though, she was angry, most definitely. She said it costed a premium, and that it was meant to be a token gift to one of the newer members of my father's court. And as a punishment, I got janitorial duties around the castle for the better part of the month. And even as a vampire, to me, that felt like a long time.
Brandy. Okay. I smelled brandy and I want to vomit, but whatever works for you.
Let's keep moving.
Happen to find one of those crossbows just lying around Fort Dawnguard.
All right.
Could I have it? Please?
Why don't you, sing me something you know?
All right, here goes. A special song for you. I'm sure you know it. Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. With a voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed and the legend yet grows. You'll know the Dragonborns come.
By Izmir, I have to say, this crossbow is an amazing device.
I hope we reach the ancestor
Thank you,
glade
Thane.
soon.
What did you need?
What's on your mind?
You know, I've always been very fond of my mother's garden. Such beauty, nurtured by a master for centuries. It really showed, didn't it? Sorry. I must have gotten carried away. It's just... my childhood wasn't all bad, you know? There was some good in it, for sure.
Well, that's good.
I'm hungry.
Yes. Hungry?
What now?
You're hungry, Serana? Did I hear that correctly?
I just need to feed on blood. Your dragon blood.
Come on then, drink.
Thank you.
Better.
It's so good. But what about you? Maybe you could let me help. If that's alright.
No, that's alright right now.
Alright then.
Let's move.
Yes?
Can I talk to you for a minute?
All right.
What's a song you know?
The Dusk on Anvil Harbor. It's a song my mom used to sing to me back on the island. I hope you like it. Waves touch the coast, harbored in twilight's blue. From dawn came the sunlight, and with dusk it fades from our view. Calm embraces the sky, while storms rage in our hearts.
Whiterun
For
will
honor,
always be
glory,
my home.
and
But I'll
love,
admit that
from
this is one of the
Anvil we
loveliest
do
worlds in this video.
depart. The fire lights the path, and the salt it sprays in our eyes. But warriors born of stone, they are never afraid to die. Bells on the docks, they cry out for the mortal day. And winds sing the dirge for the words we never could say. And sails fly out half-mast in the color of evening's hue. And tears break the silence for the children we almost knew. When dawn kissed the ocean, from the golden light came our birth. And when dusk falls on the harbor, to the golden shores we will return.
That was absolutely beautiful, Serana.
What's our next move?
Oh? What is it?
I've heard it's gotten a lot warmer in Falkreath since the Third Era, and no one is quite sure why.
Have you ever made up a song of your own?
I have actually. I call it Old Stone Walls. It's relatively new. I haven't worked out the tune of it completely, but it just sort of came to me a few nights back. It's about, well, just listen. You'll see. Old stone wall, towering over the sea, but a candle light, high up shining brightly, all alone, sitting in the bay window, tear-stained eyes, and the waves crush below. Old stone walls, deep down the dark. Long lost hopes and secrets sealing my heart. But then you were there, reaching out your hand, and for just a moment I was brought to life again. Old stone walls, I've seen so many now. Tales and stories, and the joy of being dragged around. Your smile so bright, I could go blind. But that's okay if you stay by my side. Cold dripping leather, the smell of rain. You fast asleep as I study your face. Old stone walls, they don't hold me anymore. I'm happy where I am, in the grip of your arms.
Wow. Thank you, Serana.
What's our next move? Yes, let's stay and cherish this moment for a while.
What's on your mind?
I've always wondered what the Dwemer actually looked like. If one believes Nordsen, they were much like elves, but with beards. But what about young dwarves? Were they indistinguishable from, say, the Altmer then? Maybe there were other differences. Lighter skin tone, or tails? No. Why would they have tails? I don't know. Don't mind my rambling. It's just there's so many artifacts from their civilization, and yet we know so little. What did they look like? Where did they go?
That's a very...
I never knew it would be this beautiful. Someone should really make a painting for this place.
fair point.
Hey, Erilyn. Not very impressive, is it? If this ends up being a wasted trip, your friend Dexian and I are going to have some words when we get back.
That's fair. Still looking for flappy flying bug things.
The war's almost over, isn't it? Thanks.
Only, I think it should be me speaking with Dexia, rather than you. Just because it isn't magic and you don't see it isn't my problem. Except for that one time. I thought that was pretty magical.
Wow. Look at this place. No one's been here in centuries. I doubt there's any other place like it in Skyrim. It's beautiful.
By Izmir, I have to say, this crossbow...
Do you need something?
This grove truly looks just as beautiful as you are.
I may be out of the loop on the whole romance thing, but that pickup line is just bad. Abysmally bad.
Almost as good with a sword and shield as I am.
I would never. I'm not some milk drinker.
Good, I'm glad that's sorted. kind of got worried for you a bit there. Anyway, I'm glad you're here with me. It really is picturesque, and I couldn't have gone this far without you.
Same here.
You know, this is going to sound odd. I mean, with everything that's going on. The prophecy, the scrolls, the certain death looming over us all the time. But this place is so beautiful. It's kind of like I used to imagine, you know. Make love to the one person in my life in the most beautiful grove in all of Tamriel. My, maiden dreams. They're just some silly fantasies I had back when before... Well, what I got was the exact opposite of everything I had imagined. I guess it's ironic, now that, thanks to my father, I'm here. With you. Do you think I'm beautiful? Alluring even? Ravishing? Do you want me? Why don't we make Dibella blush? Right here, right now, like there's no tomorrow.
What? Are you sure? Are you alright?
Oh. I'm really sorry. You're not really interested in me, are you? I don't know what came over me.
It's not that. You are beautiful and alluring and all of those things.
But...
You're just not yourself right now.
What do you mean?
You're attractive and I like you a lot. It's just...
But then why...
I want you to feel safe. Be sure that's really what you want.
I don't know what to...
We are in danger. All of Tamriel is. So it may feel like it's now or never. But I'm not going anywhere. Once this is all over, we'll come back here and make love in the most beautiful grove of all of Tamriel. But I want it to be your free choice.
And we'll make Dibella jealous, right?
Promise.
If you won't mind, I'd like us to relax here for a bit.
We can do that.
Old stone walls towering over the sea, but a candlelight high up shining brightly. All alone, sitting in the bay window, tear-stained eyes, and the waves crash below. Old stone walls, deep down in the dark, long lost hope, and secrets sealing my heart. But then you were there, reaching out your hand, and for just a moment I was brought to life again. Old stone walls, I've seen so many now. Tales and stories, and the joy of being dragged around. Your smile so bright, I could go blind. But that's okay if you stay by my side. Cold dripping leather, the smell of rain. You fast asleep as I study your face. Old stone wall, they don't hold me anymore. I'm happy where I am, in the grip of your arms.
Thank you, Serana.
I think we're good now. Let's move. I'm a woman myself, but it's nice to carry a lighter load.
What's our next move?
It's beautiful here. Just as beautiful as you are.
You're sweet to say that. You always say what you think, don't you?
I do when I mean it, yes.
Yes, I know you do. I can see it in your eyes. Thank you.
Now, the Elder Scrolls, they're dangerous. And so give me a moment, please.
I understand. Take your time. I never trusted those damn scrolls. Just look at Dexian. Anyway, whatever happens, being out here with you makes everything else worth it.
Would you still say that if I went blind like Dexian?
Of course. I care about you. A lot. You deserve to be happy. I promise you, I'd never do anything that could hurt you.
Now, who's the sweet one?
The world is alive after all these years. It's exactly what I'd imagined when I was a girl. In my books, anyway.
Bit of a romantic, were you?
I was. Obviously, that didn't appeal to my mother.
You still think we can help her?
I don't know. Honestly, it took me up until now to figure out that my mother was really just as bad as my father.
She did seem willing to try.
I can't say it surprises me, but I figured it would be more of an issue for you.
It's not easy.
I guess it never is with families, is it?
Are you saying we're family now, you and I?
Yes. This is the part where we usually get closer. Bonding, if you know what I mean.
Serana admitted to herself at last that love had found her, the kind of love that she, a daughter of Cold Harbor, could never dare to hope for. Her heart grew under the warming rays of this love, and the world before her eyes changed and came alive.
You keep surprising me. You keep surprising me.
You seem to really enjoy our intimacy.
I did. I never knew it would be this beautiful.
I'm glad. You deserve to be happy.
Thanks. I care about you. A lot. Like the best of friends.
What's next for us?
This is the part where we usually get closer. Bonding, if you know what I mean.
Each time you get hungry, we will practice a Debellan art together.
As you wish. I'm willing to do it for us. But it has to just be me and you.
Just us. That's all I want.
Me too.
Serana fed upon the blood of her lover, that divine gift of the god Akatosh, which filled her lover's veins. Then she kissed her lover with all the burning passion that was filling her once dead heart.
Still here. Thane. Thane.
Well, we got the knife. Now all we need to do is track down one of those canticle trees.
I believe this tree here is what we need.
Do you need something?
What do I do with this knife?
Well, if I were a betting woman, I'd say it's a scraper of some sort. Mother had something similar back home when she was tending the courtyard gardens to scrape moss and fungus off the trees. That one's far nicer, though. Almost ceremonial.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
It's not like anything else in Skyrim, I can tell you that much. From now or before. There's probably groves like this all over Tamriel. Most people just don't even know what to look for.
Interesting.
Just you and me against the world now. Not that I'm complaining.
And Lydia.
Still
Don't
here.
forget Lydia. Can't forget Lydia.
Hope the moths like that bark as much as Dexian said they would.
Come on.
Nothing else then?
I have to attract moths. That be flying thingies.
Look at them. They've definitely taken a liking to you. And unless I'm seeing things, you're starting to glimmer.
Glimmer? Lydia, did I get bitten by something that I don't know about?
Looks like we're on the right track.
She says I'm glimmering. Oh, I better not have been poisoned. That be flying fluttery thingies. Hello? Where are you? Oh, there's some more. One of them tried to fly in my mouth.
You must think my life has been so strange.
Little, but I mean, damn these stupid moths. Why do they keep trying to fly in my mouth?
They seem quite taken to you now that you're carrying some tree bark. I guess we should have seen this coming. Moth priest, moths. They're apparently related in some way.
Do you think?
Couldn't hurt to gather more, I suppose.
How many?
Well, unless my vision's playing tricks, there seems to be some sort of magical effect around you. Seems like we're on the right track. Otherwise, I don't have the faintest idea.
Perfect. Stupid fluttery
Okay.
things in my mouth. Stop! Stop that! No, do not fly up there. You don't know what that is. Whoop! There's another one. Stop! No. No. That's mine. They're in my hair. They're in my hair. Lydia, get it out of my hair. Oh, bugs. The things you do for that L word thing. You know, when I get back to Solitude, I talk to Tullius. He better be damn well fucking pleased. I'm going to...
Whoa.
I think I got them
I
all!
think that might have been what we were waiting for. Let's head back up there and see if we can read the scrolls.
Yes? What did you need?
Now what?
The effect around you looks an awful lot like that huge column of light shining on the dais. Let's check that out.
Right.
Ready when you are.
Dude, I got one in my armpit. Ew. Stay out of my face. Ugh. Can't see shit. Oh, and I report this. Lydia, let's make a bargain. You don't tell Aiden about moths flying up in places where they shouldn't be, and I won't tell Aiden you have a crush on him. I'm serious. You say one word, and you're done. Last thing I need is him thinking that I have moths at places where there shouldn't be because it hasn't been touched further. Light, bright, flappy things. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! That's fucking bright.
Are you okay? Almost thought I lost you there. You went as white as the snow.
That felt strange.
I could see it in your eyes. You looked 1,000 leagues away. What about Ariel's bow? Do you know where we can find it?
It's in a place called Dogfall Cave.
Then it's almost over. We can finally put an end to this ridiculous prophecy. Where is this Darkfall Cave?
The scrolls they gave me, it's a location. I still have a moth wing in my mouth.
Then let's get going. I want to get there before my father has a chance to track us down.
Okay.
We can finally put an end to this ridiculous prophecy.
Right behind you.
What's our next move?
What do you know about Oriel's bow?
Not much. If you read any history, it shows up from time to time, but it's a hard thing to track. As far as I know, though, it's never been held by a vampire. That would be a new one.
What does it have to do with the sun?
Ariel is one of the elven gods. He's with the rest of them in Aetherius. The way I've heard it, the sun represents the connection from our world to theirs. Supposedly, the bow draws its energy from the sun itself, which is why it shows up in that prophecy.
What exactly does it do?
That part, I don't know. Once we have it, hopefully, it'll be obvious.
Yes?
Hakon really isn't letting up. I wasn't expecting an ambush back at the gate.
Yeah, I almost thought I lost you for a bit there.
Me too.
I definitely wasn't expecting a fight. And not after, well, you know what I'm talking about.
To you being all sweet and stuff. Yeah.
If this ends up being a wasted trip...
So, how are you feeling about all this? The road, the prophecy, the fact that I was eating moths?
Confident.
Perfect.
I've never felt so determined in my life.
I'm glad.
And if we can survive the soul cairn, then this should be a walk in the park.
There's actually plenty
Unless
of game out on the tundra.
how far we've come was
great
all
place.
because of me, while you just followed. I mean, I am a royal vampire, charmer, alchemist, and mage. While you are...
I'm a pathetic milk drinker who just so happened to kill an undead dragon.
You're getting to be
Though you
almost
didn't
as
kill
good
it,
with a sword and
technically.
shield as I am.
I mean,
I'm
isn't
a
that
bit
guy,
blind.
Dunavir, was it? Your soulmate now?
Really? My soulmate? He just... Shit. You're not wrong. He just earned my respect as a fellow warrior, that's all.
Getting used to
Best
heavy armor,
friends.
are you?
That's the real
I can
reason
help
you call him
play
to
the
Skyrim.
if you'd like.
People in Whiterun must have thought it was thunder, but it was just the two of you gossiping. Anyway, enough of that. We got a bow to find. But first...
I never get tired of the sight of the sun rising behind Dragon's Reach.
You want to have a drink?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
Let's have it standing.
All right. Now, on to the
My
drinks.
mother was a
Do you want to have
companion
mead,
before she married my
wine,
father.
or just plain
Always
milk?
told me to stay away from them. Never knew why, but I listened.
Really? Milk? Really? Bring on the mead.
Like a true Nord. Good pick. I don't think you have that on you, though. Here, I'll help you out.
My blood boils
Cheers.
every time I think about what happened to Ron's
Likewise.
daughter.
Any thoughts of what's been going on lately?
All of what they deserve.
Remember the Civil War? The one that you got yourself involved in? Waking up to this whole mess was truly something I did not expect. I expected a change in who was the High King, but I didn't know that they were more complicated. Cyrodiil being the seat of an empire, for one. And besides this whole civil contention for Skyrim's land, we have Altmer nationalists eyeing to conquer it as well.
So, has anything been on your mind lately?
If you
You know,
to
I was
find
thinking
one
it
of
was
those
solitude that
crossbows
got me into
lying around
conjuration,
Fort
really.
Dawnguard,
A skeleton doesn't sound like great company, but, well, I felt very lonely. But hey, not anymore. Thanks to you. So,
not fond of you
what do you
trying
want to
be
talk
more
about
rare,
now?
But at least it ended with us killing a whole grotto full of them. Hunting vampires is a noble cause. Sounds like a good bit of fun, too.
So, what are your thoughts on dungeon delving?
Don't you ever get tired from these kinds of adventures?
Not really.
Venturing into a decrepit, dusty old crypt, skulking with Draugr and traps.
No, I really don't.
This is what
And
us
why is
Nords
that?
were always meant to do. Traverse the province and right wrongs with strength,
I just
skill, and
love
resolve.
it. I love doing it.
Me too. Maybe I'm just tired of this whole dungeon thing.
Thanks, Serana. That was a good talk.
It's nice, spending time like this. Just having
The
drinks
giants
together.
won't hurt you if you stay away from them, but they usually have a lot of gold stashed in their camps.
It is
Gods
very,
know what they do.
very
with it.
nice.
There's actually plenty of game out on the tundra. It's a great place to hunt.
Good morning, Serana. Oh,
Getting used to heavy armor, are you? I can help you get your plates adjusted, if you'd like.
If this ends up being a wasted trip,
The war's almost over,
well,
isn't
it's time to wake up.
it? It'll be good to see Skyrim come back under Imperial control.
We go get Lydia. What's on your mind?
I was just thinking about how concerning it is that a Thalmor, of all people, is an advisor to the College of Winterhold. I sure hope the Archmage can keep a close eye on Encano. He rubs me the wrong way.
Well, if the stories are true, there is no Uncano. I think.
Still
I don't
here.
know. We'll have to see what happens.
Thane.
I love you, Erilyn.
Oh, I love you too, Serana. I'd like to give you a gift, if you don't mind.
You're too sweet. This is amazing, love. I'll be sure to treasure it.
I'm glad you like it.
Let's go.
yes? What did you need?
Do you need my blood?
Please. It's not like anything else in the world. It's so good.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Better?
Yes. But what about that art that you're showing me?
Let's get started.
I'm ready.
Let's begin the first lesson.
Okay.
What pleases Debella is very different from what pleases Mulak Bal.
Alright.
They both demand sexuality, but for very different reasons.
I see.
To Moloch Ball, sex is a weapon, a tool for domination and terror.
I know that better than anybody.
And to Bella, it is a means to share our love.
Just like what we've been doing now?
Exactly. So let's start with something simple.
Sure.
Take pleasure in yourself. Open your heart and your body to Bella.
So, by myself, though.
By yourself.
Alright, if you say so. Child's play.
So Serana did as her lover asked of her, and as she ran her hands over her own body, she opened her mind to a higher power. She reached out to it. She invited it. She asked it if she was worthy, and a voice told her she was.
Do you need something?
Now, how did that feel?
Feels good. Soothing, actually. Kind of lonely by myself, though.
Bringing pleasure to yourself brings pleasure to Bella. She is with you.
But what about bringing something to you?
I need nothing more today.
Why?
Watching you is all that I need.
You're sweet.
Serana smiled and kissed her lover, her savior, the one who fed her, the one who cared for her. Was she worthy? Yes, the voice had said she was.
That wasn't as unpleasant as I thought it would be. Kind of soothing, actually. I feel a little warmer now.
I don't know
Interesting
what
place.
to feel.
I hardly see any Nords here, even.
This is incredible. It's like a whole other world. Come on, the bow has to be in this valley somewhere.
Let's keep moving.
I'm kind of surprised that Gelabor is willing to give up the bow so easily.
As long as we can get this Verther out of the Sanctum, I think they'll be happy to just hand it over.
That kind of terrifies me.
Why?
If Gelabor is this nonchalant about whoever kills Verther, what if I did accept Harkon's gift?
Oh, wow.
You see now.
Yes, you're right.
So, any more thoughts on this place?
Serana, this veil is as beautiful as you are. White and cold to the touch, just like your pallid vampire skin.
It's not a very good impersonation, but I'm absolutely using this compliment later.
You have an odd sense of humor.
Well,
A bit eccentric, but that's why I like you. That kind of thing might not work with a lot of other girls, but it sure does work with me.
no, that's sweet.
In a way. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be head over heels for you. And with that, I mean it. Come here, you sweat.
Just call me a sweat.
Still here.
You know, I just realized that I haven't been as hungry lately while I've been with you.
Are you implying that now I'm your surrogate blood source?
You're smart. What do you think?
Right behind you.
I don't know. I know it's lightning.
This is the kind of thing I've been wanting to see.
Right behind you.
Telling you,
Is that another one of those way shrines up there?
I think
wonder
so.
where this one is.
Hold on, I'm still trying to get Lydia to carry the ewer.
These things are everywhere, aren't they?
That's what I'm noticing. There's not much to it. This it is way too
Does
barren.
this ice feel a little thin to you?
Yes, that's kind of what I was just getting at. It all feels a little thin, Lydia. It's wasteland. It's barren. I don't like the looks of it. Let's keep our eyes peeled, maybe just a little bit.
I used to be an adventurer, but then I took an arrow to my heart. You're a great shot, love.
Oh, that's very sweet. Lydia, hold this.
What's our next move?
Well, can I talk to you for a bit before we carry on?
All right.
So, what other songs do you know?
The Tale of the Tongues, actually. It's a more recent tune, but still one of my favorites. Thank you for all you've done for me and the world. Alduin's wings, they did darken the sky. His roar furies fire, and his scales sharpened sides. Men ran and they cowered, and they fought and they died. They burned and they bled as they issued their cry. We need saviors to free us from Alduin's rage. Heroes on the field have this new war to wage. And if Alduin wins, man is gone from this world, lost in the shadow, the black wings unfurl. Then came the tongues on that terrible day. Steadfast as winter, they entered the fray. And all heard the music of Alduin's doom, the sweet song of Skyrim, sky-shattering Thuum. And so the tongues freed us from Alduin's rage, gave the gift of the voice, ushered in a new age. If Alduin's eternal, then eternity's done. Our story is over, and the dragons are gone.
What is it?
Are you okay?
I just need to feed on blood. Your dragon blood.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Satisfied?
Yes. But what about you?
I definitely could use some relief.
I'm ready.
Let's discuss giving.
Okay.
Moloch Ball cares only for his own selfish desires.
True.
But Debella, she teaches us the value of companionship.
I never had a friend before. That's my sad story.
We give to our friends, and we take joy in that giving.
That makes sense. Do you want me to give the gift to you?
I know, but you have me now.
I see. Well, here I am. Why don't you get closer, and I'll do the rest.
I'd be glad to.
That's what I wanted to hear.
So Serana pleasured her lover and gave of herself with no thought of getting anything in return. By giving, she felt warmed inside with a kind of peculiar joy she had not felt since she was human girl so very long ago.
Do you need something?
That was wonderful.
I understand now.
Do you understand?
I was the gift to Moloch Ball. My blood is the gift for vampires. To die, so vampires control the world. I guess it's my job to be giving. But nobody's ever asked to be friends.
I know. Things have never been easy.
My parents, they're both so toxic.
You deserve better than what they gave.
Thanks.
So, what's on your mind?
You know, I still can't get over it. My mother. Just locking me up like some dangerous thing. Sure as bones. I was her daughter. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just can't help thinking about it. Let's keep moving. I'll be fine.
It's fine. I understand. Lydia, let's pitch camp here, and we'll carry on more.
My blood boils
That
every time
has
I
to be
think
the
about what
place.
happened to
I've never
Rongar's
seen a
wife
building
and
like
daughter.
that before.
I'm glad
It
we
looks
gave
like some
Movarth
kind of
and
temple.
Alva what they deserved.
I do believe that you are correct. Yes. Yes, yes. Temple thing. Gods. I got bigger.
This is a statue of
Izmir, I have to
but
say,
it's using
this
the older
crossbow
signs
is
of his
an
power.
amazing device.
This temple must
Thank you,
be
Thane.
ancient. The bow has to be in here.
The shiny!
These Falmer are... they're frozen in the ice.
Yes!
I wonder how long they've been like this.
I don't know.
And I thought the soul camp was creepy.
But the shiny! Please tell me you heard that. You have, like,
What is it, pretty girl?
You didn't hear that. Fuck. What were we doing? Okay. I won't touch the shiny if that means my brother mysteriously isn't screaming at me from wherever the fuck he is! Lydia! There you are. Lydia, guess what? Somewhere
to
from
heavy
beyond
armor, are
who
you?
knows what.
I can help you get your plates adjusted, if you'd like.
That's nice. But somewhere from who knows wherever, I don't even know where he is, but Aiden
I
can
love
talk
you,
to me.
Erin.
Oh, I love you too. Trying to stomp on me.
Hey, I'm glad you're here with me.
Oh, me too. Are you hungry?
This is what us Nords
Please.
were always meant to do.
It's
Traverse the province and
your
win
dragon
wrongs
blood.
with strength,
It's not like anything else in the world. It's so good.
Of course. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Are you satisfied?
happened to find
Yes.
one of those crossbows just
But
lying
what about
around
you?
Fort Dawnguard. Could I have it? Please?
I could use your touch.
I'm ready.
Debella is often called the Lady of Love.
Okay.
And Debella teaches us the warmth
I'm
and
not
joy
fond
in
of
love.
You trying to become a pirate,
You brought that up before.
but at least it
It's like
ended
from the
with us
stories I
going
used to
whole
hear.
grotto full of them.
That's why I like being out here with you. You know about all kinds of things like that.
And before Mullock Ball, what were things like with your parents?
I loved my father, and I was close with my mother.
And then it all changed.
That silver tongue
And my
of yours
mother,
makes me
she became a
nervous
different
sometimes.
person. They both
Can't help
did.
but wonder what you'll talk me into next.
It was almost like one day we were a normal family, and then the next, I didn't know who they were.
Mullock Ball does bring suffering and strife, not love.
It's definitely been a bad thing, on the whole. The moment we gave ourselves to Moloch Ball,
You're getting
things
to
got
be almost
really
as good
icy
with the
between them.
sword and shield as I am.
Maybe I could have seen this coming. We could all be better off now.
You're getting to be almost
No.
as good. with
You
the
should
sword
have
and shield as
never...
I am.
Lydia, shut
I'm
up!
a bit worried.
You should have never been put in that position.
I want us to be a family again.
Because of Mullock Ball, that can never happen.
I know that in my head, but I miss the flowers.
I want you to tell me you're a good daughter.
I'm a good daughter.
You are.
I'm just completely destroyed inside.
I know you are. And I want to show you how love can help.
Yes.
So Serana embraced her lover and held fast as a well of grief opened within her soul and poured its storm out of her. Though her body shook and her tears fell, her lover held her tight and did not let her go until the storm had passed.
What is it?
Do you feel it?
Oh, absolutely. It's beautiful. It's fantastic.
Love is... it's a magic like no other.
My mother kept this a secret. She'd never told me. My mother must have been terrified when, you know.
perhaps. But it was necessary.
I think I see why now.
Hey, so... we haven't relaxed at a tavern in a while. Our adventuring has been getting more tiring lately, so some reprieve would be nice.
Yes. Well, that would be a good idea, as soon as we get out of the Vale.
Now let's get going
Be
then.
good to see Skyrim come back under Imperial control.
Oh. There's a lot of frozen around here. And they're not all holding shiny things.
Did you really come here expecting to claim Ariel's bow?
Yes.
You've done exactly as I predicted, and brought your fetching companion to me.
Excuse me, that's mine.
Wait, is he talking about me?
Yes.
Which,
Mine.
I'm sorry to say, means your usefulness is at an end.
Who the fuck are you? Oh, You want to be almighty, so you sick bugger. What is that?
This won't end well for you. Die! Not mucking about. Let's do this. Wuss!
No.
An impressive display, but a wasted effort. You delay nothing but your own deaths.
Watch out! He's falling down the ceiling.
Those are rocks. Why would you do that? That was stupid. I could have gotten hurt.
Finish them.
If you're going to continue to throw stones, throw them on the frozen shaman and the frozen farmer. You know, whatever.
You'll regret
I'm
that.
bored. Lydia! No, we should go visit the Queen in solitude at some point. You're...
Alright, let's do this.
Ended long before.
and maybe... I don't know. Maybe we'll take a trip.
Let's take a wuss.
You want to take a trip? Maybe we'll go in a blind boat ride around Skyrim. Maybe all the time they'll have to. You can go see that mountain that exploded. It's in the history book. My brother. Excessively bright. Lydia, do you think we could have a sandwich?
He's up there, on the balcony. Come on.
Who's the small child?
Enough, Bertha. Give us the bow.
How dare you? I was the arch-curate of Ariel, girl. I had the ears of a god.
Until the betrayed corrupted you. Yes, yes, we've heard this sad story.
Gelibor and his kind are easily manipulated fools. Look into my eyes, Serana. You tell me what I am.
You're a vampire. But Ariel should have protected you.
The moment I was infected by one of my own initiates, Ariel turned his back on me. I swore I'd have my revenge, no matter what the cost.
You want to take revenge? On a god?
Ariel himself may have been beyond my reach, but his influence on our world wasn't. All I needed was the blood of a vampire and his own weapon, Ariel's bow.
The blood of a vampire. Ariel's bow. It was you? You created that prophecy?
A prophecy that lacked a single final ingredient. The blood of a pure vampire. The blood of a daughter of Cold Harbor.
You were waiting all this time for someone with my blood to come along. Well, too bad for you. I intend on keeping it. Let's see if your blood has any power to it. All right, let's do this.
Yes.
That is my Serana. You don't touch her. You don't ever touch her again. I will throw you off a fucking cliff. I will actually make sure that I stab you in the eyeballs, and I will put someone else's penis in your face. Also, give me your shit. Why is the ground shaking? Serana! Serana, are you alright?
Getting used to heavy armor, are you? I can help. Get your plates adjusted, if you'd like.
Yes? All right.
You're fine. You're okay. Okay. Lydia, who's the child? Why did you leave the wait. Damn it.
Need something?
Don't mind me. Take this.
It's not as shiny as I was expecting.
Same.
Still, it's beautiful.
Agreed. So, what do we do now?
I think we both know. It's time to face my father. If we don't, he'll keep chasing us for the rest of our lives.
If we do, you do realize that he'll have to die.
I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's not easy, but I don't think we have much of a choice. No, this has to end here and now.
Well, then let's face him, but we do it together.
If we head back to the castle and kick in the front door, we're going to be knee-deep in his friends. Let's head back to Isron, and we'll let him see what we've got first. I'm betting he'll lend us a sword or two.
Sleep a lot, please.
Come on.
So, how are you feeling about all of this, Serana?
I thought I was strong enough to do this. But now, I'm just not sure anymore. I know I may seem so carefree, joking with you all the time. But in the end, I guess I'm just trying to run away from all these feelings. But I just feel so overwhelmed. I know I have to get it together for the sake of Tamriel. But you don't know how hard it's been. Sometimes this is all just too much to bear. Just leave me alone for now. Please? I need to do this on my own. If I need anything, though, I'll let you know. Let's go. We have a world to save, for mortals and vampires alike.
Maybe I could have seen this coming. We could all be better off now.
Well, regardless, I'm glad that you're here with me.
Thank you for making this place even more beautiful.
And I'm glad we're here together.
Always told me to stay away from you. Never knew why.
Good morning, Serana.
I'll wait here.
Just can't help feeling, well, hungry. Let's keep moving.
You're feeling hungry?
Please. It's your dragon blood. It's not like anything else in the world. It's so good.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes. But what about you?
I want you.
I'm ready.
Time for your final lesson.
I kind of figured we were heading for this someday.
What do you mean by that?
That's the last hole. You want to stick it to me. Go into me. I'm not stupid. I think you want inside.
Not exactly.
I see. Was I wrong?
It's true that is a debate in art, but...
For those willing to subjugate themselves.
No, the arts are never for subjugation.
I've been assuming that's where all this is going.
Perhaps you're not ready for this after all.
Oh, wow. All right, well...
You have something to say?
If you were anybody else, no. It's just personal. Why can't you understand how that makes me feel?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, damn it. I was killed that way, with Moloch Ball. And I was turned for my suffering. Became a vampire.
Serana, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It can just be kind of a sore subject.
I'd never ask you to do anything that makes you uncomfortable.
Thank you. I understand now.
Oh?
Trust. I can trust you.
Now you understand. The final lesson is about trust.
Oh no. Would you... You know, whenever you're ready.
No, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you know.
Of course it matters to you.
No, Serana. What matters to me is you.
I just need to do this. For me. I hope you trust me. Do it. Stick it to me. Let me open up.
And so, in an act of love and trust, Serana tested herself and allowed her lover to penetrate her as Molag Bal had. When she looked into her lover's tender eyes, she smiled, for all her fear had finally been banished, the hold of the Dark Lord over her soul broken forever.
Do you need something?
Are you okay?
Didn't expect it to be that big. I mean, it is big, but, well, it's even bigger inside there. But I got used to it.
How are you feeling?
Relieved, I think. It's hard to describe. It's intimate. I really went over the edge.
Is that something you'd trust me enough to do again?
It is.
So, you can earn your Mark of Dibella now.
Oh, what's that signify?
It's a symbol that you are one of Dibella's faithful.
So far, this hasn't been too bad. What do you need to get it?
You need to make love with the priestess in the temple of Dibella.
I can't do that. With everything in my past, I don't think I could bring myself to go into a temple and ask for that kind of blessing.
I understand. But maybe you'll change your mind someday.
Maybe.
In the meantime, we can practice all you need.
Just you and me. The two adventurers seeing the world. Not bad. Let's make some more stories.
Hunting vampires is a noble cause. Sounds like a good bit of fun, too.
Serana,
Yes?
there's something I need to say.
Don't.
Alright, I won't press.
Thank you. Let's go.
The war's almost over, isn't it?
What is it?
And after that, it'll be good to see Skyrim come back under Imperial control.
Are you ready to do this?
I don't think you can ever be ready to kill your parent. I'm just doing my best not to think of him as my father
If you
anymore.
happen to find one of those crossbows just lying around Fort Dawnguard,
Well,
could I have
let
it,
me know if you need anything.
please?
We've got enough to worry about right now. You stay focused, and I'll worry about me.
Look, I'm glad you're here, Serana.
I don't find your passion at hugging the rain scene amusing. Can't we do it later,
But
inside?
it's nice to carry a lighter load.
Right behind you.
Alright.
Serana, my darling, I see you still favor keeping a pet.
You know why we're here.
Of course I do. You disappoint me, Serana. You've taken everything I provided for you and thrown it all away for this pathetic being.
Pathetic?
Provided for me? Are you insane? You've destroyed our family. You've killed other vampires, all over some prophecy we barely understand. No more. I'm done with you. You will not touch her.
So, I see this dragon has fangs. Your voice drips with the venom of your mother's influence. How alike you've become.
No. Because unlike her, I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore.
And you. It appears I have you to thank for turning my daughter against me. I knew it was only a matter of time before she'd return with hatred in her heart.
Hatred born of your neglect.
A small price to pay for the betterment of our kind.
Your kind is a blight on this world.
Yes, yes. Always the noble vampire hunter. And what happens when you've slain me? Is Valerica next? is Serana.
I would never harm Serana. She's too important to me.
Then my daughter is truly lost. She died the moment she accepted a mortal into her life.
Enough of this.
Yes, quite. I'm growing weary of speaking to you and my traitorous daughter. I'll give you a single chance to turn over the bow to me. There will not be a second.
Never.
Very well, then. You leave me no choice.
Well, now that's done.
What will you do now?
I'm not sure. I'll probably stay with the Dawnguard for as long as they'll let me. They're respectable fighters, and I think they see the benefits of having a vampire on their side now. Of course, if you've got any more adventures planned.
I'd love to have you along.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Lead on.
Do I get to keep the troll? I
Yes.
think we should go and have that drink. So, with your father gone,
Yes?
shouldn't we let Valerica know?
Maybe, but I don't know. But what about you?
I think you deserve a chance and some happiness.
Thank you. Come on. What's our next move?
You want to have a drink?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
Let's have it standing.
All right. Now, on to the drinks. Do you want to have mead, wine, or just plain milk?
Milk? No. Let's start with some mead.
Like a true Nord. Good pick.
Cheers.
Likewise.
Any thoughts on what's been going on lately?
Blackreach truly was amazing, wasn't it? An entire underground ecosystem. I don't think there's anything else like it in Tamriel. I knew about it back in the day, but just seeing it for myself was truly something else. If I could choose, I'd definitely live with the vampires over there, rather than back on Castle Volkihar.
So, how's anything been on your mind lately?
They used to call Windhelm the City of Kings. In my books, anyway. Going there and seeing it for myself, though, I'm kind of disappointed. I had expected it to be bigger. So, what do you want to talk about now?
Do you think everyone's born good or evil?
Wow, looks like you're in a philosophical mood tonight. In terms of what I think, everyone is born as a blank slate. An infant, for example, doesn't know their right hand from their left. You can't hold them accountable for anything, because they can't grasp the concept of what is good and what is evil. However, when you get to a certain age, you start learning these things. That's when people can start erring towards the more good part of the spectrum, or quite the opposite. However, once you're on a certain end of this spectrum, it doesn't mean that you'll stay this way for the rest of your life. Some people rise as heroes and die as villains. Others They work to overcome their evil with great effort.
How's it coming there, Shawanan?
Slow, but looking good,
Thanks,
sir.
Serana. That was good talk.
It's nice, spending time like this. Just having drinks together.
Let's go.
So, it's finally over.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, again, for all you've done for me and the world. I know we haven't known each other for too long, but now you basically are family. Where my father was not. What I said to my mother back in the Soul Cairn. It was all true. You, a stranger, have done more for me since we met than either of my parents in more than 1,000 years. You are my savior, my sole reason to keep living. I love you.
I love you too, Serana.
Wow. By the 9, I never thought I would weep after my father was gone. And don't you dare bring this up again.
Maybe, but no promises.
Oh, you little. It's on. You'd better not be surprised if your next tomato soup tastes like hag-raven toes.
Oh no, not the tomato soup.
Hag-raven toes.
Hag-raven, ew.
Really though, I have made peace with what's happened to my family. I've had a long time to deal with it, didn't I? I'm ready to move on. Here's a new chapter for me to start, at least. A chapter with you.
Are you proposing to me?
I'm just taking you up on that promise. Remember, to make love in the most beautiful grove in all of Tamriel?
Oh.
I feel like it might work. Us, together.
Well, I want to be with you. For real.
Well now, are you ready for our first adventure? I know you probably have other stuff you'd like to do. But don't you think it would be nice if we just had some alone time for a while? Let's go somewhere else. Someplace beautiful. Your choice.
That is a fantastic idea.
Okay, where to?
Perhaps a nice glade somewhere?
The Ancestor Glade? Anyway, I'll let you take the pick.
So, let's definitely tell your mother about Harkon. Right, back in the Soul Cairn. Excellent. Can't see a damn thing. Valerica!
You appear to have something on your mind. What is it?
I did that a lot. Harkon was dead.
What? Are you certain?
Oh, I'm more than certain. I killed him. He definitely died by my own hand.
Then I see nothing preventing my return to Tamriel. Allow me to gather some of my things, and I'll head back to Castle Volkihar. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
For What?
Just thank you.
You're welcome.
I never get tired of the sight of the sun rising behind Dragon's Reach.
Well,
I'll wait here.
This is what us Nords were always meant to do. Traverse the province and right wrongs with strength, steel, and resolve.
what's Serana?
What did you need?
It's time to wake up. Serana. Serana.
Come on.
Serana, let's talk about the Debelan arts.
Okay.
Have you given any more thought on getting your mark?
Are you out of your mind? I can't go into a temple and ask for that kind of blessing. Especially not me. I mean, with my history, I still kind of get a chill walking by a temple. Can't imagine going in one.
Why not?
I'm a creature of the night. A vampire.
You probably knew I wasn't going to let it go.
I can't say it surprises me. I kind of figured we were heading for this someday. They're going to judge me. Are you sure that's something you want?
Let them judge. I can't imagine anyone more worthy.
Sorry, I know you're trying to help. Thanks.
I just want to see you let go of the past.
Look, I care about you. A lot. I can tell this is important to you. I'm willing to do it, but you need to think it through. I'm not going to be blamed for whatever happens.
Whatever happens, I'll be at your side.
I can't say that I'm feeling any more confident, but I can see this having its uses. I'll need you to help convince them. They'd probably just as soon kill me as talk to me.
If nothing, if not... I'm nothing if not persuasive.
Oh no. Let's just get this over with.
I'm with you every step of the way.
I hope so.
Wow, this temple truly looks like something else.
Well, this is the Temple of Debella.
Still here.
The sisters are communing with Debella. They can't be disturbed. You'll have to come back another time.
But that's fine. Can you talk, please?
I'm sorry. The Temple of Debella is closed. You can receive your blessing if you wish, but the other sisters are in seclusion.
Greetings, priestess.
Is there something I can do for you?
A tempting offer, but I'm here for my friend.
This is a noble goal, indeed. I might be able to help you.
I have no
But what you
sympathy
seek
for
does
the
not
first
come
one.
easily,
Killing
and can
the tens
destroy
of
those
miners
without a
and
strong
farmers
will.
Won't get them anywhere. If it weren't for the
I
Thalmor and
thought
Stormcloaks,
the ritual
the Empire
was
would have
fairly
crushed them
simple.
by now.
Yes, but there's dirt in her past to be considered. Debella teaches love and compassion, but that doesn't mean we're just going to let her walk away from this.
You're talking about her history with Muluk Bal. Something not
Just
her
that,
fault.
I'm afraid. You shouldn't be surprised.
Of you trying to become a pirate, but at least it ended with us.
Is it
killing
even
all
possible
the
for her to obtain a mark then?
That power certainly exists, I assure you, if you have the strength. I will be asking you to do something difficult, maybe even dangerous. This is Debella's will.
Debella's will is to put us in danger. I very highly beg to differ.
It's a religious thing.
Very well. We accept.
So be it. Let me speak to our guest.
My blood boils every time I think about what happened to Rongar's wife and daughter. I'm glad we
A
gave
heathen.
Lovarth and all
Lovely.
Thank you for your kindness.
Oh, don't put on that angry look. I'm just teasing you. I knew when you walked in that you were special. I'm your friend.
I'm a little nervous about all of this. This place makes me a little uneasy.
You're getting to be almost
There,
as
there.
good with a
It will
sword and
pass.
shield as I am.
You can let go of your guilt.
I'm a bit worried.
I've come here
You're
to ask the
getting to
temple
be
for a blessing.
almost as good
I've been
with a
thinking
sword and
about this
shield
for
as
a
I
long
am.
time.
Lydia, shut up!
Masks.
My name is Serana. Even with everything in my past, would you help with it? This blessing.
Maybe, if that's what you want. Debella teaches us forgiveness after all. Even for a dark beauty like you.
Okay.
You must practice our Debellan arts faithfully and atone for your actions.
All right. Do
Well,
you need something?
I'm glad I'm not fighting them.
A small test, if you will. That would prove you're devoted to Debella. But you will have someone who can help. A bodyguard to protect you. And I know the perfect person.
Oh,
Debella is probably the last divine I'd
see.
associate.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Granted, Mara's
Do this
temple
thing, and
is
Debella's blessing will be yours.
Incredible. The architecture here is truly something.
I'm sorry, the Temple of Debella is closed. You can receive your blessing if you wish, but the other sisters are in seclusion. Need something?
So, what do we need to do exactly?
You will help Debella's faithful, those having some difficulties out there. Please see to them, gain their confidence, practice our Debellan arts faithfully. Offer that symbol of our divine goddess, the marks of Debella.
And then?
Debella will take care of the rest.
So all I have to do is deliver the marks?
No, your friend. She's Debella's champion. You have an advisor position
I
here.
heard what happened to Harkon. Gods above. What
Oh,
a worker.
right.
You'd think he'd know
This is
better than to
important
destroy
business,
his
you know.
own food supply after being alive
But that doesn't sound too difficult.
Oh wait, it gets much better. Debella will give you a challenge to set your mind on. And if, in the process, the champion should die, so be it. At least she'll die with a clear conscience.
Of course, there's a catch. Got it.
In a manner of speaking.
But this will help Serana earn her mark.
If you can pass the test, then yes. Just make sure to take care of whatever's going on there. I suggest you learn more on your own.
So, fuck it. Where should we start?
There's a woman in Whiterun. Go talk with her. Come back once you've attained some measure of success. It's all in this note.
Some measure of success. This is stupid. Anyway, seek out the supplicant Alan in Whiterun, ease her woe. Practice your Debellan arts after speaking to her, and the goddess will reveal the champion's challenge. The champion is to beat the challenge and learn its lesson. Right. Serana.
Do you need something?
I guess it's going to be a little more work than we thought originally.
Not fond of vampires, are they?
Just another thing to blame Moloch Bor for.
We need to do all that nonsense to get into the temples so we can get a blessing.
It could be fun. At least we'll be together.
Nothing like a goose chase around the whole damned province.
You're not wrong. You did want to explore the world, though.
Another adventure.
So, shall we?
All right.
Alarm.
Do you need something?
What's on your mind?
Oh, I was just thinking. You really stand out, you know that? A little bit like a Nernroot, really. Very annoying at times, but also quite rare. And precious. And like the Nernroot, people tend to underestimate you. A measly 10 septums. But not me. I can spot a treasure when I see one. Do you need something?
What do you think of this place?
Other than the fact that it's in the Reach, I kind of like it. Just ignore the fact that a crazy cannibal cult roams the area.
Wait,
in
what?
Markarth, though, the Dwemer architecture is just kind of great to look at every now and then. You can tell that this city definitely has its own flavor compared to the other ones in Skyrim.
Well,
definitely a bit exotic. My kind of thing.
You think cannibalism is an exotic flavor? That concerns me. A lot. Oh, wait. You are vampire. Oh, this is so confusing.
What did you need?
Contrary to popular belief, there's actually plenty of game out on the tundra. It's a great place to go.
Good night, Serana. I love you.
My blood boils every time I think about what happened to Rongar's
so
wife and daughter. I'm glad we gave
So
Movarth
fucking-
and Alva what they deserved. I grew up in a farm in the
Excuse
plains
me.
here, but I wanted to be like my parents.
Oh my, how wonderful.
We've been sent by the Temple of Debella.
Oh my, how wonderful. I knew you'd come for me. I just knew it.
You need help with your love life?
Yes, I could use some help with that.
What's the problem?
To be honest, I simply can't stand my husband. He's become
That's
such a
bad.
dreadful bore.
There's actually plenty of game
Marriage
out on the
troubles.
tundra.
I see.
It's a great place.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we'd be glad to help.
Are you a priest? Looks like you've got someone with you. An assistant, perhaps?
Something like that. She'd be helping us.
Oh,
I'm not
wonderful.
You trying to become a pirate?
This is the Lady Serana. She acts on your behalf.
I'm just so overwhelmed. A hero.
It's not as bad as before.
For me.
I still can't get a good night's sleep.
More rest will do you good.
The war's almost over, isn't it? Thanks, Stendar, for that. It'll be good to see Skyrim come back under Imperial control.
My name is Serana. If you need some help, I'm ready. Yes, my lady. It's my husband, Nazim. The gap between us seems to be widening. He's just so... self-absorbed. Okay. Now, tell us something.
Of yours makes me nervous.
What's going on?
Honestly. Can't
He's
help
been
but
spending
wonder
more and
what
more
it's all
time fawning over the Jarl. I see. But it's more than that. I swear we're hardly ever home at the same time anymore. Have you talked to him yet? Well, I try, but he won't listen.
before she married.
How did we get to this point? Is there no love left between us?
Never knew why, but I listened.
God's bless you
I guess
here.
we need to figure out what's happened. Milady. Yes? The priestess here has taught me quite a bit. I am trained in the 3 traditional arts. This is all I can offer in return for this. I hope it's enough.
You're getting to be almost as good with a sword and shield as I am. I'm a bit worried.
Hopefully I'll see you again soon.
You're getting to be
Now let's
almost
talk
as
about
good
it.
with a sword and shield as
You
I am.
practice the Debellan art.
Yes, I've been working on mine for a while now. Danica has helped me immensely to learn more about Debella's rituals and prayers.
I'm sure. So I'm sorry. What is it you need exactly?
I need someone to remind Nazim that he's not married to himself. This cycle must end.
That sounds difficult, knowing him.
Then I'll simply have to fall in love with someone actually interested in relationships. That's what I'm doing.
We'll go talk to Nazim.
If you want to try, go right ahead. I don't think anything will get through that thick skull of his, though.
This crossbow is an
Nazim can be very vindictive.
Thank you, Thane.
It takes some getting used to. Farewell.
Alright, so we have to go find her husband, and Akatosh helped me that Serana does not kill.
Well, this castle definitely looks better than the one back on the island, that's for sure.
Has a lot to do with it's not covered in dead bodies and blood and stuff. Anyway, Nazim. We've got to find Nazim. Also, there's only one way up and one way down. There's a bunch of dark, hidden corners to get here and there, whatever.
They were somewhat supportive.
That might be so, but it will never stop me from trying.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
I'm pretty sure we're in the Cloud District. Anyway, we've been sent by the Temple of Debella.
One can only imagine the sordid types found in the Temple of Debella.
Debella has heard Alarm's cries.
And what's that have to do with me?
Really? You really are that dense. She fears your marriage may not last much longer.
And why not? I'm handsome, strong, and smart. What
You
else
are
could she
none
possibly
of the
need?
above. My friend here wants to help, but you are none of the above.
Oh, really? Are you saying she's going to cast Debella's magic, huh? So, the eruption of her butt shoots rainbows, does it?
Debella is offering you her aid. I suggest you take it, Nazim.
At least Debella's women don't shirk their responsibilities. But that venomous wife of mine? No. She's busy dealing with the common rabble.
Common rabble. You do realize that she's a fucking healer.
Yes, tending the people I have the displeasure of dealing with on a regular basis.
And what is it you do that's more important than saving lives?
I actually advise the Jarl on political matters.
No, fuck you
My
don't.
input is invaluable, of course. But this is all probably a bit over your head.
Do you know who I am?
If there's nothing else, I really do have important matters to tend to.
I think we're done here.
Here, a little something for you. You can buy some skooma to drown your troubles. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll introduce myself to your woman.
Yes, and remember, my woman. And you gave me one fucking what? Serana, please don't kill him. It's just so I don't have to clean it. You do it somewhere else.
Ah, it's you. Yes, well,
Hunting
and here you
vampires
are.
is a noble cause.
Here I am.
Sounds like a good bit of
Away
fun,
from the
too.
Temple of Dibella.
I guess so.
Can I buy you a drink, darling? You're making me unseasonably warm.
Not going to happen. Ever. I just don't think you're my type.
Getting used to heavy armor,
I
are
will
you?
make it worth your while.
I can help you get your plates
I know what
adjusted,
Dibella's
if you
women
like.
will do for a few coins.
I'm not talking about this with you anymore.
You didn't need to say a word, but I heard you loud and clear. Just let me put your adoring face to good use, and I'll give you the most succulent meat to ever cross your lips. I
Archery is a
promise
good skill to take up.
I don't think
There's
that's
always
something
a
you
good
want.
moment between when a foe
Trust
sees
me,
you, and
you
when
wouldn't
they're
like
close
it.
enough to hit you.
I hear more threatening words from my wife. Get lost.
Excuse me. I very much want to punch you in the face, and then right in the dick, if you have
don't
one.
dabble in magic much. do
Lydia,
you?
shut up!
Can't say I blame you. I barely trust any of it myself.
Serana, are you alright?
What now?
Real charmer, isn't he?
Oh, wow. That was one of the Jarl's little acolytes.
If you happen to find
Are you
one of the
alright?
crossbows just lying around
That was
Fort
creepy.
Dawnguard, could I have
So, what do you think?
Please?
Well, if I were a betting woman, I'd say he's not exactly a good person.
You can definitely say that again.
Well, that makes everything easy.
Oh?
Yes. He has to die.
I have to say,
What? I'm sorry, what?
amazing device.
Look, I think we've seen this before. For someone who fancied himself as royalty, he's just obsessed with power. Just like my father. And that has a way of souring relationships.
I know, but murder cannot be the answer.
It's obvious he's well beyond reason.
It's fine, but is that what Dibella would want? Or is that what you would want? Because as much as I would love to see that, I don't think that's what the Divines want.
Actually, now that I think of it, I don't know. I'm not happy about this. If we weren't doing this for the temple, I'd have his blood for asking that. It was just so degrading.
If that's what you really want, I'll do it. I'd do it in a heartbeat, even if it's not what you want at all. But, we're here, you're here for Dibella.
Well then, I'm not going to be the one to destroy a marriage.
But is that Dibella's will?
I don't know.
Shouldn't we at least hope, Alarm?
Yes.
So, what should we do?
I think we both know. It's time for us.
Us? You mean the arts?
Yes. Look, this whole art thing, it's just personal. I'd rather not have a bigger audience than I need to.
I understand. We can find somewhere private. I actually have a home here in Whiterun.
Good. Let's go.
Sir,
What?
you do me a favor.
Maybe.
I never get tired
When,
of the sight of the
you
sun
and this
rising behind Dragon's Reach.
Woman that you are supposedly not in love with, are about to be intimate. Could you please take the damn amulet off so I don't have to hear it?
Are you jealous?
What? No!
Yes, you're jealous. I'm going to leave it on. Not answering!
Are you serious?
Yes!
I do not want to hear my sister getting it on.
Well, you know what? You don't exactly take yours off either. Sapphire apparently loves to ride the top half.
Shit.
Yeah, so shut up. I'm busy. Did she just say my name?
What's our next move?
Is this a good spot?
What a wonderful place you've brought me. Well, why don't you get closer? And I'll do the rest.
Deal.
Serana didn't really know what to expect. In all her many years, the sex act had only brought misery and pain. Indeed, once it had even killed her. But there was something different about these Debillan arts she had learned, and she decided to trust.
Let's keep moving.
Are you alright?
Oh, wow. It's beautiful. She's gorgeous.
What's happening?
She was here with me. She was with us.
Debella?
Yes. She took part in it. She was feeling you. Inside.
That's amazing.
Incredible. And what's this glimmer? I can feel some kind of power from it.
It's beautiful. You're simply glowing. You're showering in glow.
Oh, I understand. She was trying to communicate with me.
Debella told you something.
There's a lot of feelings, but not words. It was cryptic, yet she wanted something.
Senna did say that Debella would give you a challenge.
Yes. And that part I don't know. But I think I know where we can start looking. Come on, let's go find out.
Debella's glow has made you more beautiful than ever.
She's so much more powerful than Molig Bal.
The light will always overpower the darkness.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Statue of Debella.
Looks like we're on the right track.
So, this must be the challenge the priestess spoke of.
Good. Let's get inside there. Hopefully it'll be obvious once we're inside. Wherever it leads.
Not wrong. Alright, looks like we're going into the mine.
Come on.
So, did we complete Debella's task?
It appears that way. And I'm not totally sure if I understand. It makes no sense to me. It's pointless and vague to come here. Supposedly to teach me something.
What are your thoughts on the two spirits that were released?
I think they'll be happy to just rest.
What do you think about the necromancer?
Well, yes, it is a sad story.
That's all. No deeper thoughts about it?
You'd figure a couple hundred years would have given me some insight, but no. Look, I lived in that castle by myself for a very long time. I was just a little vampire girl playing with the rats. It was a pretty lonely childhood, even by vampire standards. Then it all changed, because you found me. I never had a friend before.
I think Tabella chose you for a reason.
Maybe. Look, my parents taught me everything I know.
Shit.
And you've met both of my parents. They're both crazy.
Alam and the team are at odds, just like your parents.
Seems like a really icy marriage between them. Looks like they're pulling in different directions.
Now Alam is practicing the Tibetan arts.
Well, she's not happy with things at this point.
I can't imagine anyone would be.
Yes, you're right. I can't imagine choosing to be with a twisted man like that.
Do you think it's still a true love, deep down?
No, it's probably not. If he loved her, he would have recognized the beauty of their relationships. He failed her, just like my father.
So, what should we do?
She said she wanted to feel something again. She has a woman's needs. I will bestow the gift to satisfy them.
As you wish, champion of Tabella.
Then the rest is up to me. To give that kind of happiness. That kind of blessing.
Don't worry, this isn't like Moloch Ball's ritual.
No, it's something else. It's beautiful. But right now, I just need something for myself. I need you.
Serana knew what she had to do now. Go. And by her act, she would bestow a gift upon that stranger. She thought of Moloch Ball then, who also bestowed gifts in that way, and she wondered why the sexual act of mortals was so important to Daedra, divine-like.
Still here.
Let's keep moving.
You want to have a drink before we head to Whiterun?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
Let's just have it standing.
Alright. Now, on to the drinks. Do you want to have mead, wine, or just plain milk?
Mead.
Like a true Nord. Good pick. I don't think you have that on you, though. Here, I'll help you out.
Cheers.
Likewise.
Any thoughts on what's been going on lately?
Our adventuring has been getting more tiring lately. It's as if the world is responding to your growing power. As you get stronger, enemies get stronger. Which is why stress relief is all the more important. I know you want it. Just ask, and this girl is all yours. So, what do you say? Up for a little combat training later?
Combat training? I love you, Serana.
I love you too.
So, has anything been on your mind lately?
I was just thinking, how would I describe you to someone who's never met you? Fearless? Clever? Dashing? No. I think it's your kindness that really sets you apart, actually. You always try to help people, and it's uncanny how you can always tell when someone needs your aid, too. I never did get how. So, what do you want to talk about now?
So, just curious, what do you think of Lydia?
Oh? Which one?
Definitely Lydia.
She's loyal, I can tell you that much. But maybe I feel she could brighten up a little. With her, it seems like everything is based off of duty. It's like she's never had fun in her life.
Thank you, Serana. That was a good talk.
It's nice spending time like this, just having drinks together.
Definitely. Alright. So let's go to Whiterun. Do you hear that, Lydia? Lighten up, you little snob.
The war is
Yes?
almost over, isn't it?
Has your fever cooled?
We have returned to share Debella's will with you.
Oh my, how wonderful. I'm so pleased. I don't know who sent you here, but it's a true blessing. I appreciate your help. God bless you, healer. Any better?
It's not as bad as before. I still can't get a good night's sleep.
This is what us Nords
More
were
rest
always
will do you good.
Traverse the province and right wrongs.
I'm
with
ready if you
splendor,
are.
Steel and
Yes, my
resolve.
lady. The goddess Debella shines bright upon you. I'd be honored to receive her gift.
My mother was a companion.
What in blazes is going on?
Always told me to
Your
stay away
wife
from
has
her.
prayed for Debella's
Never knew
aid.
why, but I listened.
What exactly are you intending to do here?
She wants to practice the Debellan arts.
My dear loving wife, just a typical wench entertaining common rabble. Please, don't make up nonsense.
Well,
Steal her.
thank you.
But this is her choice.
Sun rising behind Dragon's Reach.
If I had my way, you filthy Debella worshippers would get what you deserve. I shall go to the Jarl with this matter, and you'll be hanging from the gallows by morning.
I doubt that. You're welcome to try.
I see. I trust that my wife will provide a more specific explanation.
Archery is a good skill to take up. There's always a good moment between when a foe sees you.
I had no idea you were a woman of Debella. Why didn't you tell me what you intended?
The gap between us seems to be widening. Debella knows what I want.
I'll have no part of this. Come on, we're leaving.
No, I'm not.
That's abominable. You would allow these vermin to violate you.
Nazim, you treat your wife like cattle. I am sorry, but you left me with no choice.
I beg you, please. Before my reputation is completely destroyed.
Always concerned about your reputation and the Jarl. Your wife and all your gold isn't good enough for you. Don't forget, I know something interesting about your business.
That's none of your business, and I appreciate if you wouldn't mention it again.
I'll keep your secret, and you will keep mine. Won't you, dear?
Very well. I can't stop you. Just a typical wench like that. Isolde, was it?
I'm sure he'll behave himself for the rest of the evening.
Sad. Put on a cloth sack at the very least. Farewell, commoners.
Back from some adventure, I bet. Yes?
Are you alright?
Don't be put off by my husband's mood. As the years have passed, it's gotten worse.
How has it gotten this bad?
It came down to a disagreement between what I believe and what my husband believes.
What about?
My husband does nothing for this city. He's become obsessed with war and politics and treats people like rabble.
Agreed.
As for my part, I do my best to see that folk are treated fairly. I use my healing arts in the temple.
But you're a woman of compassion. Everything that he is not.
Today, my husband's problems are not my problems, nor are they yours.
Today we are joined in the ceremony of the Bellad's pleasure. So please, enjoy yourselves.
What about Nazim?
Well, he might not like the idea, but with your help, things will change for the better.
Well, are you ready?
Of course.
Okay. What I wouldn't give to shoot him at least
Incredible.
once.
The architecture here is truly something.
Let's keep moving.
Your thoughts?
That was unpleasant.
At
I'd say
best.
they've had a bit of a falling out.
A bit. Alarm deserves better than that.
I don't like him any more than you do. But I just can't help feeling bad about their marriage. Seems awful.
Do you still want to help her?
Maybe. Look, we'll need to be alone. Do you have someplace around here we can go with her?
Private, you mean?
Yes. The kind of place where we can do things to her. You know what I mean.
Leave it to me. I'll handle it.
Good. Let's get out of here.
God's bless you, healer.
Righty. Breeze home it is. Excuse us.
Thane.
What is it?
Is this private enough for you?
Sure.
What do you need from me?
Hey, so, talk to her.
Doctor? Thought you were going to.
That was the plan, yes. But she's not quite ready for them. I think you'll need to fix that.
Okay. Don't know what that means, but I'll talk to her.
Anyway, well, let me know when she's ready.
Never mind. Serana tells me you aren't ready for this.
Oh, yeah. I know just what you mean. I know about the 3 traditional arts, but I've only had 2 of them.
Only 2?
I entreat your guidance and mercy for the blessings of Debella's 3rd art.
The 3rd art. Alright.
Yes. Trust, is it not? I'm entrusting you with my pain. And when we are joined in entwinement, sharing this symbol of love, I trust you will make it comforting.
I appreciate your trust.
This is part of the ritual. Don't worry. I'll play my part.
Lom's sex life could charitably be described as routine. She played at the Debillan Arts with the priestess Danica, but Danica was no priestess of Debilla. Lom was tired of routine, so very tired. So she bit her lip, closed her eyes, and trusted.
Still here.
Well, thank you! Looking for my husband, Nazim? Check the Jarl's backside. That's usually where he stuffs himself these days.
How do you feel?
It's just perfect. I thank you for your compassion and your kindness.
Here, a mark of Debella.
Thank you. I'm glad we're friends. Come by the temple sometime.
What about you and Nazim?
Only time will tell. But you've given us something to build on here. Thank you for sharing this blessing.
Are we ready then?
Yes, milady.
Good. I'm not entirely sure what this thing is going to do for you. She never told me.
Well, you've already helped me immensely. I can be free again.
All right then. What's our next move?
What do you think?
Trust me, she'll be fine. Right now, just worry about me.
What's wrong?
It's like the sun itself, in my skin. I just need help. Please.
Anything. What can I do?
Can't you tell just from looking at me?
You're glowing.
Come here.
Okay.
Through Serana, Dibella gave Alam the boon she had sought, but for Serana there was no relief, only insistent desire between her legs and in her heart. Alam could not satisfy her. So Serana turned to her lover with the dragon blood who had saved her so many times before.
Not fond of you trying to become a pirate, but at least it ended with us killing a whole grotto full of them.
What now?
Do you feel better?
I'm a little woozy, but I'll be fine.
Well, I'm glad. I hope that means Dibella is pleased.
Yeah. Anyway, enough of that. I've spent enough time fixing relationships. I'm ready to kill dragons, I think. You know, that sort of thing.
Whatever you want.
Thank you. But we kind of have to go back to the temple. If you help me get back there, I'll be grateful to you.
Of course.
Good. Whenever you're ready. Take your time.
Another time.
No, I'm fine. I don't...
I'm sorry. The Temple of Dibella is closed. You can receive your blessing if you wish, but the other sisters are in seclusion.
Well, Serana has completed Dibella's task.
Excellent. I just knew she was special. Dibella is the divine of beauty, and your friend is such a beauty indeed.
Yes.
Magic much, do you?
That was quite
Can't
an
say I
ordeal
blame
to
you.
put Serana
I'd
through, though,
barely
don't
trust
you
any of
think?
it myself.
Maybe. But she's free of her misery. Her guilt will pass. The evil that left her bereft of reason, gone. This is Dibella's will.
Do you think Dibella has healed the scars Muluk Ball left?
Of course. You can see it on her face now.
Every time
She
I
is
think
truly
about what
happy.
happened to Rongar's wife and daughter.
You might be
I'm
right.
glad we gave Movarth and Alva what they
Yes,
deserved.
and that's because she really loves you. Dibella's blessing to you.
Thank you, Senna.
Just one thing. That symbol of our divine goddess. Her mark of Dibella. And here you are, Dibella's champion. You're everything I hoped you'd be. You've done well. The temple offers her blessings to you.
Thank you.
Dibella is the divine of beauty. She is a patron deity to those who seek life's simple pleasures. This is your initiation in enjoying all life.
Interesting place. I hardly see any Nords here, even in their own province.
Oh my, yes. It's a simple ceremony. Always a pleasure to watch. You will practice our Dibellan arts here, in her temple.
I can see what you're getting at. And which would you like me to do?
That's your choice. Your friend can help you.
Oh, all right then. Hey, so, talk to me.
There's still one more part of your initiation.
It appears that way. Would you help with it? This blessing.
I'd love to.
Good. Do you want me to give the gift to you?
Yes, you and I.
Well, why don't you get closer? And I'll do the rest.
Serana pulled her lover close and let sensuous touch fill her mind. Goddess was inside her still, but cautious now perhaps. What had before been desire untamed was now simply a warm...
Incredible. The architecture here is truly something.
Right behind you.
Thank you, Senna.
You're welcome.
What about Serana's mark?
No need for that. She's Debella's champion. She's a living mark of Debella. She has a goddess in her flesh now. Take care of her. Go with Debella's blessing.
I will take care of her, very much so.
Do you need something?
Senna calls you a living mark of Debella.
Yeah, she's here with me.
How do you feel?
Relieved, I think. I guess I feel clean.
Shall we go, my love?
It'll be good to get outside and breathe fresh air. I miss the flowers.
You want to go see flowers?
I want us to go somewhere safe. Someplace beautiful in Skyrim. Take us there.
The other day, a traveler from Cyrodiil asked me if I'd heard of the High Elves. I wasn't entirely sure how to respond.
Yes?
Hey, I'm glad you're here with me.
What do you think of this place?
There you are. I'm glad you're here with me. You're my savior. You freed me.
I never imagined walking into that crypt would lead me here.
Yeah. I guess it's something you do a lot, is it?
Walking into crypts and rescuing beautiful vampires?
No. I mean, fixing people in your life.
Oh. Sure. I think. What do you mean?
You know, sharing intimate moments with a total stranger. Sleeping with them, to satisfy them, to fix them. People like me.
You're probably right. It does seem to just happen that way.
You keep surprising me.
How so?
I never felt comfortable sharing that moment with anyone, from now or before. I've been taken by both of my parents, and a Daedric Lord. It's always been a very unpleasant, personal thing for me.
I know. I'm sorry.
But it's not like that, though. I'm better off now, thanks to you.
So, what's bothering you?
It's just... It's a hard thing to get this straight in my head. You used the same thing to fix me. That destroyed me.
The sex?
Yes. It's... strange. I've been trying to figure it out.
What we did is much different than what you've done before.
You must think my life has been so... gruesome. It wasn't always like that, though. It was beautiful once. When I was a girl.
Senna seemed to think Debella's blessing would help you.
I think it is, actually. I'm feeling the spirit for it. She has a woman's needs.
About fixing people. Does it make you uncomfortable?
Sorry, I'm not that easy to get rid of.
You're sure? I can't promise it won't continue.
I won't think any less of you. I won't stop you. And I won't give this up. I'm alive, and I'm yours. And if you think I'm gonna let you have all the fun, you're crazy.
Is that Debella talking, or is that actually Serana?
She's definitely taken a liking to you. I can tell you that much.
In time, Serana found it difficult to remember when sex was something to be feared and dreaded. Only that there was a time that had passed forever. The goddess rewarded her champion with a new life filled with sweeter memories and a warmth that was never far from Serana's heart.
So what's next for our adventures?
How do you feel?
After all these years, I never knew it would be this beautiful.
You may have a future as a priestess of Bella.
Maybe. Of course, if you've got any more adventures planned, maybe you could let me help. If that's all right.
Only if you're by my side.
As you wish. Another adventure. And I'll come with you wherever you want to go.
Come, my love. Tamriel awaits.
Just you and me, against the world now.
And Lydia. The world had better watch out.
Let's make some more stories.
Done. Let's do it. Lydia, is it Jester's Day? Did I miss it?
You there. You're the one they call Dragonborn.
What's it to ya?
It's good to be traveling.
Your lies fall on deaf ears, deceiver.
Then why
The
did you
true
fucking
Dragonborn
ask?
comes. You are but his shadow. When Lord Mirak appears, all shall bear witness. None shall stand to oppose him.
Time to die.
Mirak?
Yes.
Come on!
Oh, hell.
Clear the way for the coming.
That'll teach you to cross me.
Who the fuck is Mirak?
Still here.
Stupid cultist. Isn't he the dumb son of a bitch that lost to Alduin? You know, the same dragon that we killed.
Right behind you.
What is it?
Still here.
What a waste.
You're not
Right
kidding.
behind you.
Serana, you are not going to believe what the hell happened to us in Riverwood.
I feel like we're happy together. What did you
Used
need?
to heavy armor, are you?
We were jumped by
I can help you get your
cultists.
plates adjusted, if you'd like.
Can you believe that? I found a note on them. Let's take a look at it, because I don't know what's going on, but there was 3 of them. They jumped us in Riverwood.
All right.
Interesting.
Board the vessel Northern Maiden docked at Ravenlock. Take it to Windhelm, then begin your search. Kill the false Dragonborn known as Kaiser. Hey! Excuse you? Return with your word of success, and Mirak shall be most pleased. False Dragonborn, my ass.
wasn't as unpleasant as I thought it would be. Are you
trying
all
to
right?
become a pirate.
I'm fine for now, but
ended
look
with
at
us
this.
going a
It
whole
seems
grotto
like
full
this
of-
Mirac wants my head, amongst other cultists.
That's not a name I know. Wait, what was it? Something to do with dragons, I think. But I don't know. I'm sorry.
I never get tired.
It's fine, Serana.
Rising behind Dragon's
What now?
Well, you did want to see the world. Why not start with Solstheim?
Come on, I'm right behind you.
Alright. So, looks like...
This is what us Nords were always meant to do. Traverse the province and right wrongs
Are you all
with
right?
strength, steel, and
Yes,
resolve.
it looks like I'm fine.
That was a close one. I didn't expect to be jumped on like that. And those ridiculous masks they wore. Very tacky. Good to know that cultists will always be the same, no matter what
For the
era.
record, y'all
Stupid.
Could I read that note you've been reading? Thanks.
He just lets them into the
Absolutely.
court,
I recall an
which
old book about
is
this cult
still
in
a
the
problem
castle's
for
library.
me.
This Mirac, though. I've read some stories about him. He was supposed to be the first Dragonborn who ever lived. He was around long before even I was. This might be worth looking into.
I was starting to wonder what happened. We were
This
delayed
must be
by bad
Raven.
weather.
Never thought I'd see it
Were you even
myself.
asked?
It looks fascinating.
Supplies you requested.
I had always been curious to see Dunmerry settlements for myself. I'd love to explore this place when we have some time.
Cost me double
Though,
what we'd agreed
something
on.
feels off
Nothing I
here.
can do
I
about
can't pin my finger on it.
Damn it, Jolland.
Just
No,
the
we don't have
air,
that.
the ground, the smells. It feels
Vampire
so
company didn't give me a choice.
wrong. Kind of reminds me
Raise
of
the
the
price
Soul
of
Cairn. Kind of
There's
dreary.
nothing I can do about it. After all these years, they're gouging us for
Wait,
every last drink we
Serana.
have.
Serana, wait!
Let me talk to
Wait
Laryl.
for me, Serana.
We'll
Where,
see what we can do.
where are you going?
All right, then.
We don't know our way around. Shit. Fuck. Note to self, do not run in heels. Oh, by the 9. Serana, wait!
And look at that. That must be the Red Mountain. I never thought it would look like this. Definitely not how it looked in my textbooks. And yes, I know what happened here. Twice even. It's just surprising to actually see it myself. Maybe that's why this place seems so dreary.
I'll come with you wherever you want to go. Let's go.
So, this is Solstheim.
The air, the ground. This is all wrong. What kind of place is this?
Any beauty it had, it was robbed by that. The Red Mountain.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised my father didn't want to live out here. The sooner we get out of this place, the better.
Agreed.
This one's a favorite of mine.
Barkeep, I'd like a
Legend
drink.
we all know and love.
Of course.
Thanks.
So this is Raven Rock, eh? I can see why the High King gave it up to the Dark Elves so easily.
Let's keep it a little under the weather. There, please, my dear.
Need something?
Need something?
And what might you need, As the wife to the second
Excuse me,
counselor
good sir.
of Ravenrock, it would be my pleasure
Welcome
help
to the
you
Wretched
any way
Net's
that-
Corner Club, home of the finest Sioux jammer that will ever grace your
I never
lips.
realized how far the ash from Red Mountain went.
I'd like
Next
to
time you
book
feel
an
like having a
extended stay,
conversation,
please.
talk to someone else.
Excellent. I think you'll be glad you made this decision.
Let's take a room for a month, please.
For that price? Sure.
The Dark Elves have always seemed
Come
so
back anytime.
alien.
My doors are always open. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Can I help you?
You
Might be on the
seen
first
Precious
ship.
Corellius, have you? That foolish old man's taken my pickaxe again.
You're great, really.
Thank you.
Do you need something?
You want to have a drink?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
Let's just stand here. This is fine.
All right. Now, on to the drinks. Do you want to have mead, wine, or just plain milk?
Let's do wine.
Nice. A bit fancy now, aren't we? I don't think you have some of that wine on you, though. Here, I'll help you out.
Well, thank you. Cheers.
Likewise.
Any thoughts on what's been going on lately?
How does it feel to be the mighty hero of Skyrim, distinguished for such tasks as being a courier, being a courier, and lastly, being a courier? What? It's true. Almost everything you've done revolves around that. Go to this place, kill some things, pick something up, and deliver it to someone.
I mean, you're not wrong. So, has anything been on your mind lately?
Is something amiss?
You know, I still can't get over it. My mother. Just locking me up like some dangerous thing. Sure as bones. I was her daughter.
Perhaps that's reassuring enough for you.
I'm sorry.
Something that's still
Sometimes I just can't help thinking about it. Let's keep moving. I'll be
I
fine.
want you to let me know if you see Drayden with Captain Beleth. I don't trust him.
She's not a little girl anymore, Fenris. When are you gonna let her go?
He's twice her age and they barely know each other. Expect me to ignore him.
Ravenrock doesn't offer much in the way of companionship. You should be happy for her.
So, anything else been on your mind lately?
I was just thinking about some alchemical principles: comprehension, destruction, and reconstruction. You first need to understand the structure of what you're trying to transmute, like what wheat is made out of, and how those properties fit into making a health potion. Then there's deconstruction. You break down the wheat into a more malleable state, along with the other ingredients. Finally, there's reconstruction. You use the energy and materials created from the deconstruction to make what you're trying to make, like the health potion.
Excuse me.
So, what do you want to talk about now?
Why do you use a lot of Dharma terminology when you speak?
Good question. I haven't really thought about that, actually. Do I really?
Yes, you do.
Oh, well, I guess it's because I've always been fascinated about their culture. Silt striders, living in mushroom houses. That, and I also think that these Dunmer words roll off the tongue and are rather amusing to say.
Thanks, Serana. That was good talk.
It's nice spending time like this, just having drinks together.
I can trust you, like the best of friends.
Need something?
No, thank you.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Is there anything else you want to know about me?
Now that I think of it, there is. What brings you to Skyrim?
I came to find love.
Oh, and have you?
Indeed I have. It's you.
Ugh, stop it, will you? I don't know what to do with myself when you look at me like that. Why did I even encourage you?
My blood boils every time I think about what happened to Rongar's wife and daughter. I'm glad we gave Movarth and Alvin what they deserved. I heard what happened to Harkon. God's love. What a worker brain. You'd think he'd know better than to destroy his own food supply after being alive that long.
What happened to this town? It looks like it's seen better days. Hasn't this Mirak been dead for thousands of years? This all seems strange. Hypnotized like this, and reciting his name. Unless there's something else behind this. We need to figure this out.
Agreed.
Be careful down there.
Thank you.
Mine can be treacherous.
I have to admit, I agree with Afia here. His story. It's
Why
the
leading
lower sections
Theseus
of
on?
mine.
I'll never
I've never
understand.
been able to
I
get that
do
far.
admire his inspiration. Maybe it's not so misplaced. It would be worth checking out the
Interesting
mine
place.
to get more answers.
I hardly see any
Wherever
Nords
that
here,
leads us.
even in their own province.
It's probably best for both Crescius and Afia. He needs the closure, and Afia needs her husband to stop being so antsy. This is almost exactly like how my father began to act when he found the prophecy. Creepy how history repeats.
The Dark Elves have always seemed so...
Even if I didn't
Getting used to heavy
sleep
armor,
in
are
it.
you?
Do you need something?
I can help you get your plates adjusted, if you'd like.
So,
Dabble in
what do you
magic
think of
much,
this
do
place
you?
now?
Can't say I blame you. I barely trust any of it
Raven
myself.
Rock, was it? The East Empire Company sure knows how to pick interesting names. There's a bit of irony there, as this settlement really is now more Dunmer than anything. Just look at just about anything, really. The houses, the people, the general lay of the land. Looking at this place alone, I definitely feel this was someplace in Vardenfell. Tell you what, maybe, at least after all our adventuring in Skyrim is over, would you like to visit Morrowind? I've always wanted to go there. I always found their culture peculiar, but interesting.
Deal. We will do just that.
Hey, even I can get tired every now and then. Finally, a place to just relax.
Definitely. I think we all deserve that.
It's sad to think that Dunmer would let it fall into disarray like this.
Just you and me against the world now.
You feeling hungry, Serana?
I just need to feed on blood. Your dragon blood.
Come on, drink then.
Thank you.
Better?
It's so good. But what about you? Maybe you could let me help. If that's alright.
I
They
would
say
like
that
that.
in the Third Era,
I'm ready.
Falkreath and the Rift were covered in snow.
Sometimes you do things that really baffle my mind.
I'm sorry.
what faithless minds have stolen.
But I am very glad you're here with me.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Good.
Lead on. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep diving headfirst into these Daedric books?
Far from ourselves.
It's not like I meant to. Lydia, I have some things for you.
Now that's done. Who would have known that we were going to find all of that? The Nordic ruin, Grecian and his journal, a magical sword, and a powerful dragon priest. I'm happy, though, that Cretius got the answers he was looking for. Hopefully he can get the mine reopened, too.
Right behind you.
Raven Rock needs it.
Well, I'm sure.
So this is
fair.
If I were a betting woman, I'd say this Falx Caius has either become a vampire or attained some other form of immortality. Like a bizarre strain of corpus or something. No other way for him to survive 200 years and a giant volcanic eruption.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's a good thought, though.
I sense a trap.
Next move.
Spring the trap.
So, why did you
I
have to...
love you, Erilyn.
Oh, I love you too. You know what? Never mind. Don't really worry about that question.
I'm glad you're here with me.
Me too.
clever as the ancestors were, they hardly wore any armor. Never understood why.
What is it with people and fucking tunnels? Why? And look, a door and a better what?
I don't like the feel of this place.
Well, between the people in a trance and the really creepy temple, I really can't blame you.
And I thought the Soul King was creepy. Let's just keep going.
All right. Are you sure? But beyond the stupid doors and the fucking tunnel. Are you feeling hungry, Serana?
I just need to feed on blood. Your dragon blood.
Come on, drink from me then.
Thank you.
Better.
It's so good. But what about you? Maybe you could let me help. If that's all right.
No, not right now. That's all right. Perhaps later, though.
All right, then.
You there. What brings you to this place? Why are you here?
My name is Serana. I'm with my friend here. We help people out with these sorts of things.
Interesting. We need to find a way into the temple below.
You heard her. She may be our best bet in making sense of this whole mess. If you have more questions, I suggest you ask Freya. At least around these parts. She's definitely more knowledgeable than I am.
All right.
Thane.
Thank you, I think.
Wait, you're seriously picking that thing up? Just look at it. Be careful. That book has Daedra written all over it.
A book?
By the blood of my ancestors. I don't like the look of this.
I I guess I should read this book.
I understand. This is too important. Just be careful.
I will. Of course. Serana, hey.
Oh no, you actually did it. By the gods. But honestly, I'm glad you're okay. Almost thought I lost you there. From what you've shared with Freya, I think you were taken to a realm of oblivion. As for the specifics, and how you saw Mirak there, I'm not too sure. Freya's village should have our answers. But next time, don't go reading Daedric books so easily. You're lucky you were able to get back. Some people never do.
That was surreal.
Are you alright? That looked painful.
Mirak, he's trying to return to Solstheim. He wants to take it over.
And I thought my father was the delusional one.
Maybe. Mirak's a lot stronger than I am.
Oh, wow.
I have to stop him. But I don't know how.
This won't be easy, but we can handle it.
Thank you.
If anyone can help us now, it is you. So, this must be the place she was talking about.
Yes, it looks like it.
To think these people live as the ancient Nords once did. My people. I'm a little excited to be standing in a Skald village. I've read and heard stories about the Skald, but to be here, it's... I'm just happy.
Well...
Hey, so... Looks like you know where to go next. Though, I'm sorry it's up to you to save these people. Just know that you're not alone. I'll be right here with you, whatever happens.
Any other thoughts on Solstheim?
Other than the smorgasbord of dust particles here, it seems unique. In a lot of ways, Solstheim basically seems like an island version of Skyrim, but it's also different in many others. The flora, for one. You wouldn't see something like trauma root while walking the shores of Dawnstar, that's for sure.
That's definitely.
Sildstriders as well. That's definitely a Vardenfell thing. Turning giant bugs into organic carriages by manipulating their organs. Who would have figured?
By Ysmir, I
Whoa,
have to say,
I've never heard you shout like that. It's as if you were speaking with the power of an actual god. Petrifying. I guess in a good way, as it looks like these people here are now free of the mind control.
So, that's the power of Hermaeus Mora's ancient knowledge.
Not very impressive, is it?
They say that in the
We'll see. Let's head back to the school village. We need to find Storm.
the south of Solstice,
Well, let's move then.
even though Red Mountain hadn't erupted, I can't make sense of
Free the rest of the island? I'd be up for it. I, for one, do not like others being forced to be slaves. Never was a fan of the enthralling back on the island, though, at times, I did see it as a necessary evil. But that was the exception.
Apparently, this is a dark path I'm going down.
Just keep strong and eyes open.
I'm trying. I have this feeling this is going to cost me my soul.
I disagree. I mean, let's just keep going.
Well, all except for the part that's still in the soul cairn.
What happened? Yes?
What's on your mind?
Honestly, I've thought about using illusion magic to make me seem more alive. I just want people to see me as more of an admissible human, not a daughter of Cold Harbor. At least I don't have to worry about that around you. You accept me for who I am, and for that, I am grateful.
Well, I'm glad, and as am I.
So what's next for our adventures?
You want to have a drink?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
Let's just have it here.
All right. Now, on to the drinks. Do you want to have mead, wine, or just plain milk?
Wine.
Nice. A bit fancy now, aren't we? I don't think you have some of that wine on you, though. Here, I'll help you out.
Cheers.
Likewise.
Any thoughts on what's been going on lately?
Well, this is more of a unique and intimate journey. In bed. I was just thinking about the last time we, did it. Besides how powerful you are in combat, you truly are something else in bed. How you manage to have that much stamina and vigor. I don't know, but it keeps me wanting for more. What do you say? Let's go to bed later?
I love you, Serana.
I know.
So, has anything been on your mind lately?
I was just thinking of how far we've come. From when you first met me in the crypt to where we are now. Through all our hardships and struggles, we've made it, and it was worth it. I'm glad it all happened, though. You're the love of my life. What a wonderful fate for us. Don't you agree? So, what do you want to talk about now?
So, what are your thoughts on the dungeon delving?
Don't you ever get tired from these kinds of adventures?
Not really.
Venturing into a decrepit, dusty old crypt, skulking with Draugr and traps.
Oh, wait till you see what I have for you. So, no, I don't.
And why is that?
I never never tire of good spoils and sparkly things at the end of a dungeon.
Well, I can't argue with that. The spoils are always worth the trek.
Thanks, Serana. This was a good talk.
It's nice, spending time like this, just having drinks together. Is that a giant mushroom house? I never thought I'd see one. I had heard that the wizards of Morrowind were capable of such things. But this is... wow. We have to take a closer look.
You do just that. Get as many pictures as you'd like, right in your
I'll
head.
come with you wherever you want to go.
See if you can magic and capture the look, because I need to show Aiden. Aiden, can you hear me?
Just you and me against the world now.
Aiden! Okay, now I'm getting worried. He's not answering his amulet, and it's been several days.
I feel like we're happy together. What's our next move?
What do you take of this?
Wow. I never thought I'd go inside a mushroom house, that's for sure. And to think that some simple fungi could grow so huge. I mean, I read about it in books. But seeing it truly is something else. I don't have any regrets, tagging along for your journeys.
It's definitely massive.
I'm glad you're here with me.
To be fair, I'm not very
Did
certain.
I hear that right? I suspected as much. But I really hope that this would not be the case. If Hermaeus Mora is involved, then Miraak wouldn't be the only one that you should worry about. Perhaps Miraak may even be under the influence of Mora. I wouldn't rule that out. Are you absolutely certain you want to tangle with the Daedric Prince of Knowledge?
By the looks on Lydia's face, she just wants to kill something. Probably me. But it seems I must.
Figured as much. Well, we've gone this far. It'd be a waste to back down now. After all, we don't just start quests, we complete them, right? Unless... Don't tell me you have a huge backlog of quests in your journal.
Perhaps.
Knew it. Even if a lot of these quests don't involve, you know, saving the world. Please do get to them eventually. Anyway, we should get going. We have a Daedric Prince to tangle with.
It has tentacles, I think. At least the last time I was there. Oddwood? Are you alright, Serana?
Huh. Unlike most of the dwarven ruins I've been to, this one is mostly underwater. Let's hope we don't drown. This Neloth, he seems to know this ruin pretty well.
What did you need?
What's on your mind?
I read this book once. Oh, that was ages ago, really. And it was already falling apart. It had a very sweet love story between a woman and a vampire. Of course, when I was very young, I had a soft spot for romance. It was so silly, too. The vampire glowed in the sun. Whoever came up with that hogwash.
When the top level was built.
Really?
You know what you have to do. Again, just be careful. But do know I'll be watching. I got your back.
Thank you, Serana. Appreciate you.
You're back. Almost had me worried.
We're on a different path now.
We are playing into Mora's hands.
I know, but just... Anyway. But what about you?
What about me?
Are you alright?
I'm pissed off is what I am. So, no, I'm not.
I'm sorry. Let's just keep going.
You're back. Almost had me worried there. Especially with you turning as pale as the snow. Anyway, what happened? You kind of left me out while you were talking with Neloth.
I met Hermaeus Mora, and I also learned the second word of the shout.
You actually met Mora?
He's disgusting.
And surprisingly, you still have your head.
Yes.
Most people go insane after meeting that big glob of goo.
You're not...
Now that you've also learned the second word of that bend will shout, you might be very well the most powerful Dragonborn to have lived. Miraak might contend with that, but that's why we're taking him down. From your expression, though, there does look like there's something else.
Yes. For me to learn the third word, Mora wants the secrets of the skull in exchange.
Secrets of the skull? But the only person who knows that is Storm, right?
Yes.
Wait. That could only mean we should get back to the village. If I know my Daedra, Mora wouldn't be up to anything good.
Yes, I do believe that he wants me to sacrifice the shaman.
I love you, Erilyn.
And I love you too.
I'll be keeping an eye on you, and I know you'll be doing the same with me.
Have you seen Lydia? We'll find her in a minute.
Right behind you. Let's go.
I don't even know what time it is. Probably middle of tomorrow.
Whoa.
Oh, fuck. Is it that? That's Miraak's dragon.
Shall we?
It's the one that I saw.
Forward, run.
I swear it was.
Miraak has commanded your death.
No, you don't.
So it shall be.
Come on now. Right down here. Good job. Very good. Very good at landing.
It's not bad.
What happened to your face? Let me see if I can chop that back into bits. No. Leave out down here. You're dead.
Now
you are. Keep your pets to yourself.
The Daedra are too cruel.
No shit.
So, what did the Dark
The Daedra are too cruel.
I'm sorry, Serana. I didn't know.
I'm not surprised, as I've seen things like this too many times already. But it doesn't make the experience any more pleasant. What matters now is that you have the power you need to stop Mirak. Well, let's go and finish this.
But at what cost? And I don't think you can come with me.
Oh, because of the book. Damn it! I always say together, but in the end, it's always up to you. Still, I'll always have your back. I think we both know what needs to happen now.
Freya!
Yes, I do.
I'm confident in your abilities. You've proven to me time and time again that you can come back from oblivion itself.
But
However,
you all
don't fail me now. Like many times before, come back to me. I'll check on Freya while you're gone. She's been through a lot, and I can understand her pain. Now go, hero, and save the world.
Well,
What was that thing? I thought the
I
village
love
was
you,
safe.
Serana.
What is it now?
Scar will never forget your sacrifice.
I don't really understand.
I'll
Right
be back
behind
for
you.
you.
I trust you did it for the good of the village, so thank you.
Still here. Still here. Thane.
By the gods, I haven't seen anything like it.
Interesting place.
I don't think this
I
will
hardly
go.
see any Nords here, even in their own province.
I promise I'll be coming back.
Still here. Still here.
Serana,
To be honest, I was starting to doubt for a bit there.
don't.
You kind of took a long time over there.
Oh, it wasn't easy.
But is it done?
Yes, I kept my promise. Miraka's dead for good. However, unfortunately, I was forced to serve Mora in return.
That's good to hear, and a cause for celebration. Though, there's still more. You were forced to serve him in order to attain the power you needed to defeat Mirak. He used them. Yes, you have been gifted power and abilities, but truly, at what cost? You and I both know all too well that nothing comes for free with Daedra. What do you plan to do with Mora and what he's given you?
But I'm not planning to serve Mora anymore, which I kind of hopefully made as clear as I possibly can. But I'll continue to use the gifts because, I mean, they're pretty awesome.
Great. But if I could suggest, don't
Yes?
use his gifts, if possible. We don't want to draw unnecessary attention to ourselves. I acted a bit rashly earlier, when I said we should stick it to him. It's not entirely possible to fight Daedra, even with a lot of spells and arcanic know-how. Probably best to stay below his purview. Now, let's get a drink. You deserve it, Dragonborn. For saving the world as much as you do, you definitely need one.
Not going to argue that.
Can I have it?
I love you, Erilyn.
I love you too, Serana.
Yes? What did you need?
You feeling hungry, Serana?
I just need to feed on blood. Your dragon blood.
Come on then, drink from me.
Thank you.
Better?
It's so good. But what about you? Maybe you could let me
dabble in
help.
magic much, do you?
If that's all right.
Can't say I blame you. I barely trust any of it myself.
I would love that.
I'm ready.
Wait, is that? By sure, it is! Hey, come check this out. I thought I'd never find bottles of these again. Not ever. This brandy has made the trip here definitely worth it.
Oh,
You're great.
you like
really.
Cyrodiilic brandy? You'll love my mother's house. Glad we found
I'm
it
glad
for
you're here
you.
with me.
Enjoy. Here, let me grab the rest.
I'm glad you're here. Let's go.
Feeling hungry, Serana?
Heard what happened to Harkon. Gods above.
I just need to feed on blood. Your dragon blood.
You'd think he'd know better than to destroy his own
Well
food
then,
supply
drink.
after being alive that long.
Thank you.
Better?
It's so good. But what about you? Maybe you could let me help. If that's all right.
I would love that.
I'm ready. I'll come with you wherever you want to go.
Oh, good.
Yes?
Here we are, Serana.
Not bad, not bad. You do know your way around Skyrim. I'll give you that. Now that we're truly free, at least for now, I think we deserve a little celebration. I've brought some drinks for our little party.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what you'd like to drink, so here are some choices. First, we have the Cliff Racer. Firebrand wine, Cyrodiilic brandy, Flynn, and Sujama. A drink for the daring. Next up, we have some Dragon's Breath mead. A drink worthy of someone as fiery as you are. And then there's also milk. Just plain milk.
I think I'll have some of the Dragon's Breath mead.
Nice. It suits you. Well, cheers. We did it. You know, I almost can't believe I get to just hang out with you like that. Drink, toast, joke around. Just be happy.
You deserve it.
Just make sure they don't hit you. In all
I don't want
seriousness,
to give this up, ever. Being happy, being free, us. I want it to last. Forever.
Oh, that's a serious change of heart.
It's just a little something to tie the knot.
The war's almost
I know I've
not-
said earlier
wait,
that this
what?
kind of thing wasn't really for me.
It'll be good to see
And
Skyrim
rightfully
back in
so,
the Imperial
since I've
control.
experienced trauma with a particular temple ceremony. But I love you, and I want to be with you. For eternity. For as long as you'll have me. For as long as we have left. Together. And I want to commit to it. To us. I just wouldn't like it to be ritualistic. I think that this, us, here, together, this is all the ceremony we really need. So, well, here goes. Would you like to marry me?
Oh. Uh... That went way different in my head, but yes. Yes!
Come here. Now and forever.
Now and forever.
Right behind you. For as long as I'd live, vampire or not, I wouldn't have any regrets. I love you.
I love you too.
Hunting vampires is a noble cause. Sounds like a good bit of fun, too.
Were you looking for me?
Serana, I have a present for you. It's a wedding gift. Yes.
I'm ready if you need me. Take your time.
I got you a garden. I put it in. Oh dear. But Serana, are you alright?
No, it's nothing. It's just that I haven't done something like this since It's been so long, I can't even remember. Before I was locked up, it was one of the only activities that I looked forward to doing back on the island. When I was doing this with my mother, I could just stare at the plants, forget about the horrid world around me. Thank you. It really means a lot.
You're very welcome. I love you, Serana.
You know, I believe that honesty is the best policy. So, to be perfectly honest, you're the sexiest woman I've ever seen.
Serana, have you ever considered putting up a shop? After your adventuring days are over, I mean.
I have, actually. And if I wasn't an adventurer now, I would probably be running a shop or two. Maybe even a conglomerate, if the divines would permit. Ever since I was a child back on the island, I'd particularly be interested in the merchants that would come to our castle every now and then. Of course, these were weird merchants, to say the least, with peculiar and eccentric collections. These vendors make even Belethor look weird. My father was kind of into those things, though. I mean, it wasn't anything particularly weird for someone who fancied himself as vampire royalty. And who also was a staunch Daedra worshipper. Point is, there was just something in how these men sold and marketed their products. Kinda made me interested in the whole shopkeeping thing. Weird shopkeeping things, but still.
Let's go.
You're feeling hungry, Serana?
I just need to feed on blood. Your dragon blood.
Come on then, drink.
Thank you.
Better?
It's so good. But what about you? Maybe you could let me help. If that's all right.
I would definitely like that, my blushing bride.
I'm ready. What now?
Want to have a drink?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
Oh, let's have it standing.
Alright, now on to the drinks. Do you want to have mead, wine, or just plain milk?
Let's do something more daring.
Oh, I see. Now, let's see what I have here. I procured these in Riften the last time I was there. First, we have the Cliff Racer. Firebrand wine, Cyrodiilic brandy, Flynn, and Sujamma. A drink for the daring. Next up, we have some Dragon's Breath mead, a drink worthy of someone as fiery as you are. Then there's the Velvet La Chance, which is a mixture of blackberry, honey, spiced wine, and a touch of nightshade. Perfectly safe, in moderate amounts.
Oh, Velvet La Chance.
Ever more venomous.
Cheers.
Likewise.
Any thoughts on what's been going on lately?
Sometimes, I kind of wish that we weren't so... how do you say this? Well, renowned. At this point, most of Skyrim has heard of your name, and half of it is trying to kill us. It seems like it's almost impossible to have a nice, leisurely stroll outside city walls without getting pounced upon or attacked. If we could, I would like to just leave here, you know? Travel to some distant place, settle down, live the peaceful life. Not to be known or seen as heroes or great warriors, but as simple country folk, really.
Is this about what happened outside? Because I totally did not plan that. So, has anything been on your mind lately other than that? I'm sorry about the paparazzi. There's nothing I can do about it.
I was just thinking about how concerning it is that a Thalmor, of all people, is an advisor to the College of Winterhold. I sure hope the Archmage can keep a close eye on Encano. He rubs me the wrong way. So, what do you want to talk about now?
So, why do you use a lot of Dunmer terminology when you speak?
Good question. I haven't really thought about that, actually. Do I really?
Yes. It's cute, don't get me wrong. I don't want you to stop, as you do it.
Oh, well, I guess it's because I've always been fascinated about their culture. Silt striders, living in mushroom houses. That, and I also think that these Dunmer words roll off the tongue and are rather amusing to say.
Thanks, Serana. That was a good talk.
It's nice, spending time like this, just having drinks together.
Agreed.
Need something?
No, I think I've got everything I need. Serana, stop cooking. It's not
Yes?
yours. Do you want to have a drink?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
Let's have it standing, it's fine.
Alright. Now, on to the drinks. Do you want to have mead, wine, or just plain milk?
Just me, it's fine.
Like a true Nord. Good pick. I don't think you have that on you, though. Here, I'll help you out.
Thank you. Cheers.
Likewise.
Any thoughts on what's been going on lately? So, has anything been on your mind lately?
It still feels kind of weird, waking up after thousands of years, even at this point. Just thinking about an empire in Cyrodiil. I definitely thought everything would end with the Remans.
So, what do you want to talk about now?
Well, after our little interlude out in front of the house, what do you think of the Aldmeri Dominion?
If I know my history right, every great empire has its rise and its fall. We've had the Alessian Empire, Remans, the Septums, and now the Medes, all of which have risen to great prominence, but eventually fell due to a variety of reasons, whether it be inner strife, turmoil, or the rise of another great power like the Dominion. And as this Aldmeri Dominion rises, it's inevitable that they will fall. As for when, only history will tell. No mortal empire lasts forever. That's just always been the case, really.
Thanks, Serana. This was a good talk.
It's nice, spending time like this, just having drinks together.
I couldn't agree more. Now,
What did you need?
can I talk to you for a bit? Just a couple more things.
Do you need something?
Let's talk about something else.
Alright.
How are you doing with all that's happened with your father?
I'm fine. That's all I'll say. Things just had to be done. We didn't have any other option. Thanks for asking, though. If I need anything, I'll let you know.
I'd appreciate that.
Do you need something?
What do you think of this place? Here, Riverwood.
It's nice. I wouldn't have any qualms about living here. Sometimes, it's nice just to get away from the bustling cities. A lot of them feel so cramped. Except Whiterun, but you get what I mean. Even open cities like that tend to get a bit too crowded sometimes. Especially Riften. By my ancestors, don't get me started on that. It's too... and the people there always look nervous, which makes me nervous. The countryside is just different, you know?
I understand.
Yes? What did you need?
What's on your mind?
Gravity. It truly is a peculiar thing. This law of the earth bones, or so I've read, dictates how land and people are held in place, and how what comes up must come down. It's generally a simple fact of our reality,
but it is nonetheless perplexing to think about. But let's just put that aside for now. There's this other thing that I've been thinking about. Symbolic gravity. I think it is that, in which a sense, weighs us down. It prevents us from truly ascending to our true potential. When mortals, vampires, or any sentient being in Nirn tries to scramble and fight for dominance, power, influence, it really is just vanity in the end. Don't you think? If only we understood one another, and not be consumed by these petty squabbles, we could truly ascend into something else. Maybe even Chim. Who knows?
That was a very philosophical thought. Let's see. You're the only bastard in here. Let me talk to you.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell.
Alright then. What's on the menu?
You like skeever liver? No? Tough luck.
What? Okay then.
Them. Use that lovely crossbow I gave you.
Stay close to me.
Aw, Serana, that's so sweet.
Enough!
Is everyone alright?
It was good to see we could turn things around in Ravenloft. Lots of other places around Tamriel could use that kind of hope.
I mean, you're not wrong. There's my horse. There he is.
I love you, Erin.
I have to say, this crossbow
I love
is
you too,
an amazing
Serana.
device. Thank you, Thane.
You're welcome, Lydia. So, has anything been on your mind lately?
You know, I was thinking it was solitude that got me into conjuration, really. A skeleton doesn't sound like great company, but, well, I felt very lonely. But hey, not anymore. Thanks to you.
Aww.
So, what do you want to talk about now?
You're getting to be almost as good with
Have
the
you
sword and shield
thought
as I
about
am.
your
I'm a
afterlife?
bit worried. You're getting to be almost as good with a
Yeah.
sword and shield as I am.
It's not
I'm a bit
the most comforting thought, but it's a reality I'll have to face eventually. Seeing as how I'm a vampire, my soul will most probably end up in Cold Harbor. If I could, though, I would like to potentially alter that fate. Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy my vampire powers, but I hate what it's done to my family, and who I ultimately have to submit to.
I understand. Thank you, Serana. That was good talk.
It's nice spending time like this, just having drinks together.
I'm still concerned about your ties to Hermaeus Mora. The Daedra are evil. No two ways about
So,
it.
what do you think of this place?
The College of Winterhold. I've read about this place, but never really been here myself. It's a bit underwhelming, to say the least. Everything just seems so crumbly. Well, that's more for the main city, if you'd even call it that. But the college doesn't seem to be in the best shape either. It also doesn't help that most of the locals here despise the college, at least from what I've heard.
It'll be good to see Skylar.
Do you need something?
What's on your mind?
Growing up back on the island, I barely left the castle. Most of my knowledge from the outside world came from books. However, most of even that is sadly out of date, by at least several centuries. Talk about a fish out of water. That's why I need you to show me around this wonderful land. Be a good guide for this old relic.
You're not old. Well, never mind. Serana, you're going to love this.
Wow. Are you seeing this?
Yes, Serana.
Check it out! The college has got so many books here. I've never been to a proper library before. We kind of had one back on the island, but can you compare that to this? To think, all the countless books they have stored here. The decades, the eras of knowledge. The tales of stories of heroes of old, fables, legends, all sorts of narratives. I know we have important things to do, but don't you think it would be a good idea if we'd relax here for a bit? Just browse what they have to offer.
Sure. All hands on.
And you don't have to keep dawdling there like a thrall. Come on, see if there's anything you'd like to read.
And off she goes. Oh, wait, no, Serana, be careful, there's an orc in here. Doesn't like people.
Not bad, not bad. I feel like I could spend ages in here. Or, I have an even better idea. Cast a pocket reality spell and take all these books with me. Time flows differently in Oblivion, so that would mean I could read all these books without a care in the world. Though, that would require me knowing that spell, which I don't. I just know someone mentioned it to my mom once. Ugh.
If that's your way of saying you want to spend a few extra minutes in here, I'm fine. That's fine. Let's do it.
Well, just give me a second. Huh. Dwemer recipe to create an ancilla. Mechanical intelligence. The first one... Cortana, it was called. Which was then inserted into a Dwemer exoskeleton, linking the user with this ancilla. Interesting. And I'm done.
I'm not sure I want to know, but my brother might. What were you reading?
Dwemer schematics. They're pretty interesting.
I see. Good to hear. Let's move.
All right. So what's next for our adventures?
Can I talk to you for a bit?
All right.
What's your opinion on, the Civil War?
I can't say I particularly like wars. Yet another war of succession. At least things didn't get boring while I was gone. When I was locked away, Cyrodiil wasn't even the seat of an empire. And Skyrim... Sometimes, it's hard to even fathom how much this world has changed. And what was it? The Oblivion Crisis? I would have never expected the Daedra to invade Tamriel again. I certainly hope Molag Bal doesn't host another plane meld. That would be... dreadful.
Well, I'm glad you've moved on. Let's, not revisit this.
Thanks. But honestly, I don't think any Daedra would consider invading ever again. They got their hides tanned. Turns out a bunch of Noirs shouldn't be underestimated.
Noir?
It's a term the Dunmer used to describe mortals. It has a negative connotation, but, well, that's kind of the point of what I was saying. And yes, I've heard stories about the last Septim turning into a dragon to fight Mehrunes Dagon, but Martin Septim couldn't... He couldn't have done it alone.
And how do you, know all this?
I got reacquainted with the current world as soon as I got back to the castle. Well, at least I know the basics. Not that much, but still.
What's our next move?
Do you need something?
What about, the companions? How do you feel about them? Because Lydia's mother was a companion.
Well, they're as old as I am, if not older, so they've got to be doing something right. They're werewolves, though. And it's not my thing.
They're werewolves? How do you know that?
Well, I've heard stories. Some say the best of them are turned. They probably consider it a gift, too. My father loathed the creatures. Filthy dogs, he'd call them. Anyway, from the looks of it, they've done well for themselves. But what do you think?
They're not my type.
Okay then. Good. I was thinking the same thing.
What's on your mind?
I was just thinking, how would I describe you to someone who's never met you? Fearless? Clever? Dashing? No. I think it's your kindness that really sets you apart, actually. You always try to help people, and it's uncanny how you can always tell when someone needs your aid, too. I never did get how.
That's very...
I love you. Do you need something?
I love you too. All right. What do you want to talk about?
He always complained about the cold in Whiterun, of all places.
All right.
Now I know how he must have felt.
Okay, what's your opinion on... Hold on, I'll think of it a second. Oh, the Dark Brotherhood.
I can't believe we built our...
They're a murderous cult. I don't know how to put it any other way. And again, as with all cults, Daedric or not, it certainly has its appeal for some. I'm kind of surprised my father didn't invite them over for an evening meal. Well, thinking about it, they either weren't around back then, or they weren't exactly a big deal. I'm also aware Sithis isn't necessarily a Daedra, but he may as well be thought of as such. Debauchery, murder, death, chaos. Those definitely sound like Daedric things to me.
You're not wrong.
Though, if you do want to seek them out, I won't stop you. But it really depends on whether this Daedric stuff fits your fancy.
Daedra are evil.
No, no, not even close.
I can see why you'd feel that way. Come on, we've got other adventures waiting for us anyway.
I think
If
there's a
you happen to
cabinet
find
of
one
books
of
over
those
there that you
crossbows
haven't
just
touched
lying
yet.
around Fort
You can start
Dawnguard,
there.
could I have it? Please?
What now?
Let's see, what else do you have opinions on?
I heard what
All
happened
right.
to Harkon.
Like,
What a worker brain. You'd think he'd know better than to destroy his own food supply after being alive that long.
well, we're here, so what's your opinion on the college?
I've told you this before. Back before I was, you know, trapped in a coffin for who knows how long. The College of Winterhold used to be my first choice whenever I needed guidance in the arcane arts, a historic reference, or a particularly obscure alchemical manual. Unlike a lot of guilds, this one is actually pretty ancient, as old as I am, if not older. It and Winterhold are in a sorry state right now, though, which wasn't the case before. Did you know that Winterhold used to be a much bigger, bustling city?
Yes, I mean, I've read about it before, but talk to me about what you know.
Well, turns out someone's also a bookworm. Winterhold used to be the capital of Skyrim. For centuries, it has rivaled the most prosperous cities of Skyrim. Early in the First Era, the First Empire of the Nord spanned from Skyrim to Nibelheim Valley. Its last monarch, High King Borgus, came from Winterhold. The circumstances of his death are uncertain, but it did coincide with the Wild Hunt.
Wild Hunt? You mean the Bosmo transformation ritual?
The war's almost
All
over,
right,
isn't it?
I didn't know you knew that. Winterhold then saw even more disputes and conflict, but the city always came out on top. Then, I wake up a few centuries later to find out that everything is just gone.
It is a sorry sight, really is. You'd think they could
I'm not
conjure
fond
up
of you trying to become a
construction
pirate,
and have
but
the
at least
bridge
it ended
fixed.
with us killing
Maybe
a whole grotto
levitate
full
some
of them.
rocks.
Wait here.
Hello? Don't kill her. She was probably coming to this chair and I didn't mean it.
It's ironic. The town closest to the center of all magic in Skyrim hates magic the most.
Why don't you go and find your favorite book and I'll beg Erlog to let us take it with us. Okay? I'll wait here. Serana.
The architecture of this college, it's not as run down as many people make it out to be.
You're great, really. What is it?
I wanted to talk to you for a bit.
Was there something specific you needed?
All right.
I'm positive whatever I
So,
require will be
I
revealed to
was
me
reading
its
on
own
something and I wanted
in
your
due
opinion on
time.
it.
So, you don't need anything then?
Oh, my dear Urag.
It was on the
you're
Thieves
trying
Guild.
so hard to help. I do hope you're not disappointed.
Disappointed?
Well, I don't know much. Most of my knowledge of Tamriel came from books. And back then, I guess the Thieves Guild wasn't particularly relevant. Or they didn't even exist. Anyway, they just seem like a shady bunch of scoundrels to me. Professionals or not. Stealing is stealing. Why glorify it? Although, if you ask me, stealing from the rich isn't as bad. Actually, maybe it is. Because then you become just like them?
I think it's fair to rob the wealthy of their ill-gotten gains.
Perhaps we should give it a try.
I don't know. I'll have to ask my brother.
I'm still not over the fact that they call it Winterhold Hold.
The College of Winterhold. Being here always increases my mood.
I'm glad for that.
I love you, Erilyn.
Oh, I love you too, Serana. So, one more thing.
Alright.
I think the reason why the college survived
I was
is
reading
obvious
on...
enough. They were able to protect themselves with magic. A shame they didn't share it.
And I just wanted your opinion about me being Dragonborn.
The moment I met you, I could sense some kind of power. Unique and unlike anything I've seen before. Turns out you have the blood of gods coursing through your veins. You should also know that I do not appreciate being shouted at. You probably don't feel it, but just try not to hit me the next time we get into a fight with some people, okay? I definitely wouldn't want to be hurled halfway across the continent of Tamriel.
Hunting vampires is a noble cause.
Bye.
Sounds like a good bit of fun, too.
Okay, I'll do my best to avoid accidents. Particularly at High Hrothgar, that didn't end well for me.
By Izmir, I have to say, this crossbow is...
Are you even taking this seriously?
Not really.
I also wouldn't like to accidentally drain you to a pulp.
Sorry. I was joking. I'd be more careful though. If I did hit you, I'm sorry. I really am.
Good. Glad we sorted that one out.
Me too.
Just
I'll
you
just
and me
be
against
over
the world
here.
now.
Reading.
I just wanted something to sit on.
It makes me nervous sometimes,
Who am I?
honestly. Can't help but wonder what you'll talk me into next.
What did you need?
So, what do you think of this place?
The College of Winterhold. I've read about this place, but never really been here myself. It's a bit underwhelming, to say the least. Everything just seems so crumbly. Well, that's more for the main city, if you'd even call it that. But the college doesn't seem to be in the best shape either. It also doesn't help that most of the locals here despise the college, at least from what I've heard.
What is it?
Want to have a drink?
Sure thing. Do you want to have it standing here, or do you want to find a seat first?
No, right here is just fine.
Alright, now on to the drinks. Do you want to have mead, wine, or just plain milk?
Let's do wine. Well, no, you know what? There's some drinks I'd like us to just try.
Oh, do tell.
Spiced wine.
Just lovely.
Cheers.
Likewise.
So, any thoughts on what's been going on lately?
Well, this is more of a unique and intimate journey in bed. I was just thinking about the last time we, you know, did it. Besides how powerful you are in combat, you truly are something else in bed. How you manage to have that much stamina and vigor. I don't know, but it keeps me wanting for more.
Those companion guys smell like dogs.
What do you say? Let's go to bed later?
I love you, Serana, and I am apparently blushing.
I love you too.
So, has anything else been on your mind lately?
I've been thinking about an ideal home for us. You know, somewhere to settle when we're done adventuring. I know this might sound odd, but I wouldn't mind living in a cave. Or a grove, really. Something like the Ancestor Glade. Do you think we could have a nice homestead in a place like that someday?
Anything for my princess.
So, what do you want to talk about now?
Well, do you think everyone is born good or evil?
Wow, looks like you're in a philosophical mood tonight. In terms of what I think, everyone is born as a blank slate. An infant, for example, doesn't know their right hand from their left. You can't hold them accountable for anything, because they can't grasp the concept of what is good and what is evil. However, when you get to a certain age, you start learning these things. That's when people can start erring towards the more good part of the spectrum, or quite the opposite. However, once you're on a certain end of this spectrum, it doesn't mean that you'll stay this way for the rest of your life. Some people rise as heroes and die as villains. Others, they work to overcome their evil with great effort.
Fair enough. Thanks, Serana. That was a good talk.
It's nice spending time like this, just having drinks together.
Yes, yes it is.
I used to be an adventurer, but then I took an arrow to my heart. You're a great shot, love.
Oh, thank you. Hey, we should probably get some sleep.
Thanks,
Don't
somewhat
worry.
supportive.
What is it?
Serana, it looks like something is on your mind.
Oh, it's nothing.
Not
It's fine.
fond of you trying to become a pirate, but at least it ended with us killing a whole.
What's our next move?
Serana, please tell me what's going on.
You really can tell that there is something else. Looks like I can't hide it from you any longer. Or else, you'll just keep pestering me about it until my soul slivers up to Cold Harbor. But I don't even know if you'll forgive me after this.
I'm a bit worried.
I'm really sorry.
What is it? What are you talking about?
Do you remember when you first met me, back at Dim Hollow Crypt?
Yes.
The war's almost over, isn't it?
Did you ever ask yourself why you were so calm when you first saw me? You were a vampire hunter. While you were new to the Order, you still accepted that as your creed. Otherwise, you wouldn't have slayed every single vampire that my father sent.
That was done in self-defense. They would have attacked and killed me should I have hesitated.
Then, why didn't you kill me? I just looked like any other vampire in that cave. Maybe a bit more attractive, but you get the point. Being a trained vampire hunter, your first instinct would be to draw your blade and attack. You would have slain me then and there, taken the scroll, and fled. But you didn't.
In all seriousness, you did good.
You were so calm because I casted a calm spell on you. Look, you were the first person I saw after being locked up for thousands of years. And you were armed to the teeth. I wasn't exactly mind controlling you, but I did mess with your head, deceiving you without your consent. I know I complain about my family, and how I wasn't able to choose my own path and my own decisions. It turns out, though, I'm not that different compared to them. I'm just a hypocrite. I didn't even believe in myself enough, or believe in the trust I talk about. I was merely a vulnerable girl, doing whatever she could to get what... No, I didn't even want anything back then. I didn't even know what I was thinking. There were so many thoughts rushing through my head, and I just... I manipulated you. I really just wanted to survive, then and there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for hiding this all this time. If you want to leave me now, it's fine. If I were you, I probably would.
It's all right. I forgive you.
But why?
You may have used a spell that time to calm me, but I realize now that it was for the best.
Why?
Because I realized I wouldn't have listened to reason. Because if I had killed you then and there, I wouldn't have found out about your father and the prophecy.
You...
And I wouldn't have met you. And all the memories, the laughter, our hardships, our heartaches. Do you not remember what happened in Solstheim?
Every time I think about what happened to Rongar's wife and daughter. I'm glad we gave Movarth and Alva what they deserved.
It wasn't a waste. And I have no regrets.
But I'm worthless. Selfish. Everything we've done, it was for me. Don't you realize that? I'm truly the lowest of the low.
That's not true.
What?
No matter what you think of yourself, that doesn't change how I see you.
I heard what happened to Harkon. Gods above.
And what is that exactly?
You're charming, fun, strong, you're brave, you're incredibly kind.
I'm none of those things.
You are, and more, especially that way to me.
It was good to see we could turn things around in Raven Rock. Lots of other places around Tamriel could use that kind of hope.
It wasn't a waste, and I have no regrets.
I'm sorry. I allowed everything that's been going on to get the better of me. But what I said is true. I don't think too highly of myself. And I have done some very bad and selfish things before. I know you don't hold those against me, though. Instead, you choose to stay by my side, choosing to look at my strengths and not my weaknesses. I want to prove to myself that the Serana you see is the Serana I believe I am. I promise.
Yes. Let's make that promise together.
Thank you for everything. You truly do mean a lot to me. And I'd really like our relationship to grow from here on out. That was good to get off my chest. Come on, let's move.
Contrary to popular belief, there's actually plenty of game out on the tundra. It's a great
Hey,
place to hunt.
so I know this isn't necessarily the best place for it, but something came to mind.
What is it?
Would you like to have another date? Anytime, but preferably at night, in the Banner Mare.
I would love to.
Okay, let's do whatever we have to do first, but you know the deal. Date after.
Done. Date after.
But I wanted to be like my parents and become a soldier or a mercenary. They were somewhat
Let's go.
supportive.
You're great,
Come on,
really.
we got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
Barkeep, I'd like a
Interesting
drink.
place. I hardly see any Nords here,
Thanks.
even in their own province.
Some spirit?
If you happen to find one of those
Looks like
crossbows
we're
just
here.
lying around Fort Dawnguard.
If you need a
Could I
drink,
have it?
just holler.
Please?
Oh, Ysolda. Didn't expect to see you here.
Drink to our
So,
youth, to
you now work at
days
the
come
Bannered
and
Maid.
gone.
Still here.
The
I need more
age of
experience if I'm
aggression
going to
is
run an
just
inn someday.
about done.
So I take this as some training then.
We'll drive
Well,
out
I'll be
the
glad to
storm
be one of
cloaks
your
and
first
restore
customers.
what we own.
Thank you.
Then our
So,
city we will take
what
back
drinks do you have on the
our
menu?
I'll make sure it gets done.
Have you tried the wine? It's better than anything in the Blue Palace.
killer of kings.
You have
On
fine
the
wine.
day of your
I didn't
death,
expect
we will
that,
drink and
but
we'll
okay. But what do you think?
Children of
Are you in the mood
Skyrim,
for something
and we fight
fancy
all our
or
lives.
something casual?
Southern Guard beckons, every one of us
Let's do
dies.
fancy.
But this land is
Oh,
ours,
I
and we'll
see.
it
Well,
right
you
clean.
are
Of the
with
scourge that
royalty.
has sullied
Me,
our
really.
hopes and our
Give us your best wine, and it's my treat for tonight.
Sure thing.
Cheers to everything you've done for me and the world.
Vampire. Drinking alcohol. Not weird at all.
Has your drink gotten to you already? Has your drink gotten to you already? Anyway. So, what's on your mind?
I was just thinking how beautiful you are, Serana.
There's actually plenty of game out on the tundra. It's a
Ugh,
great place to
I
hunt.
swear. Sometimes it feels like you take courtship tips from Sheogorath. Did you know that,
What?
at least according to legend, the Sheogorath we have now was actually the champion of Cyrodiil? And you might take his place. I could endorse you.
Really? Oh, wait. You're mocking me again, aren't you?
Yes, because that's just what I do. It's fun. Maybe it's the Daedra in me, but being naughty every now and then wouldn't hurt, right? Especially in bed.
Oh, oh my.
You'd think he'd know better than to destroy his own
No,
food supply after being alive that long.
What are you saying?
I think you'll have to see for yourself. Now, let me try. Picture this. I lay my eyes on your beautiful feminine form. I've heard you are an experienced adventurer. Could you help me? I'd like to explore this land. But first, your body.
I have to say,
Pretty horrible, isn't it? I guess we both have a talent when it comes to this.
Are you saying I'm good at flirting?
Yeah, really. I don't think this is everyone's idea of flirting, but hey, it works for me. I suppose I'm a little eccentric, and I think it might be the same with you. Now, this 1,000-year-old vampire relic is beckoning you, mighty warrior. You wonder what she's saying? Lean in closer and find out.
Free us from Alduin's rage. Heroes on the field of this new war to wage. And if Alduin wins, man is gone from this world, lost in the shadow of the black wings unfurled. But then came the tongues on that terrible day. Steadfast as winter, they entered the fray, and all heard the music of Alduin's doom, the sweet song of Skyrim, sky-shattering gloom. And so the tongues...
It's nice, spending time like this, just having drinks together. I'm glad you came. Oh, and I've been meaning to give you something.
What is it? Mikhail, shut up! You're not even that good.
A little token of my affection. It's enchanted. I've made it myself. Because, as you know, I'm well versed in the arcane arts. As long as I'm nearby, it'll boost your magicka and life force. That's the catch.
As the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal.
Beautiful. Serana, thank you. Don't clap for him, Lydia.
Ragnar was boastful no more. When his
charming name
rolled around on the floor.
And they fought and they died. They burned and they bled as they issued.
You're that one from the college. Heard about you.
Saviors to free us from Alduin's rage. Heroes on the field of this
Daedra are evil. No two ways about it.
And if Alduin wins, man is gone from this world, lost in the shadow of the black wings unfurled. But then came the tongues on that terrible day. Steadfast as winter, they entered the fray, and all heard the music of Alduin's doom, the sweet song of Skyrim,
Still here.
And so
You have vanquished the great evil from Skyrim. You have saved this land, and our very souls.
Still here. Ushered in a new age, if
Releasing a captured dragon? I don't think I'll ever understand that one.
For his story is over, and the dragon's
are you?
I can help you get your plates adjusted, if you'd like.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to our youth, to days come and gone.
I feel like we're happy together.
Is just about done.
Thank you for the dance, Serana.
We'll drive out the storm.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Let's get out.
I'm glad you're here with me. I'll come with you wherever you want to go.
What do you think about friendship?
Oh?
The other day, a traveler from Cyrodiil
The fact I was your first real friend, who also happens to be your lover.
It's so new. I've never really experienced this before. I couldn't talk and jest with the rats and the skeletons in the castle the same way that I do with you. Not even my mother. We were close for a time, but even then. During the good times, I felt there was some sort of rift between us. I can't explain it. With you, though, I feel I can be so open, so happy, so carefree. Come to think of it, I was guarded to you once. I treated you just as I had treated others, with indifference and apathy. I didn't want anything, or anyone, to be close. I didn't know it was possible to feel something for a complete stranger at the time. But the next thing I knew, we were together, sharing drinks, making love in the most beautiful places in all Tamriel. I was already living out my maiden dreams.
Do you think our romance happened a bit fast?
It might have been, but I don't think that's important here. What matters is that I chose you, and you chose me. None of us forced anything upon each other. Rushed or not, it is wonderful to have you.
Well, what about your past? Now, have you... what's a nice way to say that? Have you managed to move past that already?
I still have my nightmares. I acknowledge them, but I don't let them control me. Not anymore.
Well, that's good.
It's hard, but the only thing I can change about the past is how I feel about it in the present. I can't change what happened with Molag Bal. I can't change the... Because that happened. You came along and helped patch me up. It was not only you, but you were a big help. I can see what you've given me. Actual intimacy, not a facade done through the guise of control, domination, degradation. I experienced it as a true blessing. With you. Thank you for that. Hello, my love. You already know what I'm going to say, don't you?
Maybe?
Hello, my love. You already know what I'm going to say, don't you?
I love you?
You guessed it. It's not something I'm ever going to get tired of saying.
I hope not.
Let's go somewhere. To the beach, actually. Preferably somewhere along the northern coast. I just want to feel the sand on my feet and the ocean breeze on my skin. That can be the place for our next little date.
Sure thing. And less people, more hawkers.
Great. Let's head off.
I love you, Serana.
I love you too. You're a woman of action, aren't you?
Finally back! She was getting worried.
Love you.
Love you. Let's go to bed.
Just standing on the ocean shore. It was my favorite pastime back on the island.
It's
Whenever
beautiful.
my father was not in the best mood, I'd run outside and sit by the castle shores, look into the distant horizon. The vastness of the open sea kind of reminds me that my problems may not be the biggest thing in the grand scheme of things. Because there I was, just another little dot on that small island. Let's move faster. Hey, I just want to enjoy this moment here with you. Us, by the beach, in front of these ocean waves. Just to reflect how far we've gone, how far we've traveled. Through the thick and the thin, through all the circumstances. A vampire and a vampire hunter. Two people that would normally be at each other's throats, now enjoying drinks and kisses by the beach. Yearning to spend more of the future with each other. Don't say anything. Just let me talk. I have some thoughts I'd like to let out. I'm so proud of our relationship and how it progressed, despite all odds, both external and internal. I love you. I really do. In the 1,000 years I've walked on Nirn, you are the best thing that's happened to me. Here's to the future, and whatever it may hold. We go through this, and we go through it together.
Don't worry.
I really love you, Serana.
What is it now?
Come here.
If you happen to find one of those crossbows,
I just want to hold you in my arms. Come here. Please.
archery's a good skill to take up. There's always a good moment between when a foe sees you and when they're close enough to hit you.
You're great, really.